good. It is good quality. You know, it is a for the region you're in. It is fairly decent class here. A well-decorated room, decent atmosphere, and now the delicious smell of a full roasted boar being done in the back room.
Oh yes.
Though they do unfortunately inform you that cooking an entire boar does take a little bit of time.
Well, that's fine.
So
You know what?
Might not be ready for a while.
You know what? We'll have it for dinner. How about that?
Yes, they can prepare you a full boar for dinner.
That'll be a long
good.
rest to remember, and like all of whatever local brew they have, a mead or beer or something. We've been out in the cold forever. We need to warm up, all right?
They've got some fairly strong mead for you. Yes.
Any wine?
Or a nice dark ale if you prefer.
No wine for the king. No alcohol for the king.
That's true. I mean, if someone reminds him, he would have like got something familiarly hungry perhaps in his eyes. And then if someone's like, perhaps no alcohol, my lord, he will be like, oh, very well.
Oh, Vickers would be more than happy to remind his king.
The lordship's going to have to order from the. Is going to have to order something.
The kids' beverage.
Basically, yeah, from the kids.
He'll have some spring water, thank you. While everyone else just gorge themselves on all the beer they can get a hand on.
No, Vickers will not drink out of courtesy. He's not cruel.
Vickers looks to me like he drinks like port or sherry or something.
Probably.
Yeah, 100%.
Something in a small glass that's very strong,
You get some rosy cheeks from it, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of Vickers going full spy master mode, swirling a glass of it as his attendants.
Yeah. Just thinking, Sherry.
For Zed, I'm thinking like fine cider or something, something fruity and naturey. I don't know.
I am drinking cider, so yes.
There you go.
Nice.
Oh, when he's
Cider's-
feeling really
cider's
frisky,
great.
it's got to be like a moonshine or something like that.
Ooh, from the still and the forest.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
That's where he
moonshine is
disappears
delicacy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actual moon magic as well.
It is actual moonshine, actually.
Said
Question
we'll
is,
order cider, so
what-
when
so
the
what is-
boars come.
There
So
you go.
what's Cers's poison? Do you think Cers's just goes for like the most expensive wine on the menu?
Yeah,
or-
100%. Yeah. Yeah,
He like
without a doubt.
peruses, just checks the prices and like goes straight to the bottom, like that one.
He just like looks at the highest price. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
get that.
Seeing as they're paying, I mean,
Oh man, we better get some results for this poor mayor. She's gonna be.
we
Yes.
have
We have already.
We handled that tomb like it was a newborn baby. All right, that tomb is it's in better shape than we found it.
You were catching urns left, right, and center.
Yeah.
Well, I think.
But yes, for your lunch soup, then the servers will come back and provide that. Will also inform Vickers that Lady Mazara is in room 3 on the top floor.
All right. He will thank her and say that probably wait here for her and check a bit later if she's returned. Not to get her too suspicious.
And of course, when they ask whose tab is this on, it's the mayor's.
Oh, of course, yeah. I know it's it's Lady
It's-
Mazara's
it's-
tab. No, I'm kidding.
Put it on tap.
We'd be thrown out immediately. She's probably been banned from all purchases,
Yeah, his bad credit.
basically. All right. Well, with the lunch over with, I think we could all trudge up to the room. Perhaps not at the same time though.
Yeah, I think I'll stay like in just keep an eye on the tavern common room here while the rest of you rummage around. I'm not good at looking around either way.
Well, what Vickers will do is he will set up his telepathy here first of all.
hey man, I'm keeping you. I'm sticking with you because I'm likewise not good at sneaking around. So.
Yeah. Well,
So,
you both will get the telepathy. So if she's in a room or if we find her, then he'll call you. But otherwise, he's gonna go up. If Zed wants to come or not, it's up to him.
I mean,
He's
I'm
gonna-
perceptive, but like I'm not that good of hiding.
Yeah, that's fine. You can say say that if you want.
I mean, I can always turn to a spider and run away. So
There you go.
Sounds good.
I also like that is Zed's like escape plan is always like spider, run away.
I mean, the escape plan is turn invisible, turn spider, run away.
Oh, invisible spiders! That's the worst thing I ever heard in my life. Oh no, I can hear them crawling. If you see a spider in full panic hurry, you know it's Zed running away from something.
Yes.
Yeah.
That spider's going places.
Right. So Vicus will basically survey and see if there's a quiet time where he can slip up to the top floor.
Chet gives himself a guidance and then follows up.
Thankfully, getting to the top floor by itself isn't too difficult. You already
yes.
have rooms upstairs anyway, not quite on the top floor, but I mean, who's keeping exact track of which floor you're going on to?
Sure.
That's not too bad. So you and Zed can make your way upstairs quietly enough to not draw excess attention.
Yeah.
Leaving the others downstairs, Amanus and Ceres, just getting to enjoy the atmosphere.
Mhm.
What I will give them a little bit though here first before we cover what you can find up there.
Okay.
Because one thing that's definitely distinctive that all of you would have noticed, but Amanus and Ceres, so now they're kind of like looking around this room a bit more. They're in the blue ball here. It definitely feels like there's a contrast in here compared to outside. Out on the streets, there was, you could see there was kind of a definite kind of blend of kind of different faces of different cultures. Many people are also quite rugged, with weapons and furs. There's much less of that in here. A lot of people in here are far more of like imperial origin, far more petite. Clearly a lot more foreign families using this tavern. There are various nobles and such who just want to get away from the more barbaric, in their opinion, side of the town, the uncultured side. There's definitely the kind of impression you think the tavern's trying its best to put out, at least. And this all seems to be reflected in the general clientele.
Okay.
Like it almost, but it doesn't quite feel like you're in a place much further south than you are.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right. Interesting. Yeah. Definitely.
I mean, there's limits to what they can do, given it's still there's still basically a blizzard outside, but
Yeah.
they're trying. Upstairs though, Vicus and Zed approach down the corridor. There are only 3 rooms on the top floor.
Okay. Presumably one of them is ours, right?
Yours is actually on the floor below this one.
Oh, okay. Well, I think first of all, a quiet knock would be suitable to see if there's someone actually in there. Yo.
No response.
Vicus would like Zed to basically listen and see if he can perceive anyone beyond the door.
Sure.
And Vicus will help him, but Vicus is quite sure that the Zed has far more experience in these matters than he does, so you have advantage.
Perception, dark.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, making sure. It's wisdom.
16.
20.
20.
I cast guidance before myself. I did say that.
You could both have your ears to the door there. You don't hear anything inside. It does sound empty, though you can hear people just across the hall in the other rooms. But
Yeah. All right. Well, standard protocol for Vicus would be to pick this lock if it's locked. But first of all, he would like to see if the lock is trapped in any way, because he knows that Lady Mazar is known to maybe dabble in the arcane, and so he's worried that perhaps she has trapped this room magically rather than physically.
and
I mean, I can aid you that. I'm trained in arcane, and I also tap you with guidance.
Okay.
Make me an investigation roll.
All right.
This will cover you searching for traps in her entire room as well.
Okay. That'll be intelligence, right?
Yes.
Are you helping me? Said?
Yeah,
Like
if I can.
advantage-wise? Okay.
In investigation, if I can help you.
So 17. I suppose the equivalent question here is like, do I outrightly fail at finding anything? Like, is this something I could? How will I phrase this? Without you forcing to give me information that I shouldn't have. Can I roll my extra die for failing a roll here?
This is a bit of an awkward one because I'm using this roll for multiple parts, but
Yeah.
Additional information could be gleaned.
All right. I think that would certainly warrant him
answer.
to add his die to this, because honestly, out of character right now, the only thing really he can use his die for is this stuff, so I might as well use it as I have it. So we'd end up with a 19 in total.
Vickers, as you expand your senses, both being blessed by nature as well as bolstering your own mental prowess, you do notice actually on the lock mechanism a faint residue that is clearly of a mana crystal.
Mm.
It definitely looks like Lady Mazar has paranoidly put some kind of trap on the door, you think.
Yeah. Well, can't do that. They can still basically relay to the boat downstairs, and probably specifically to Ceres, that there's some sort of magical trap on the door. He would presume from his investigation. So he can't himself physically attempt to unlock it because he will trigger it. Do they have
Arcana
any
to
suggestions?
identify what the spell is on the door? Because I'm trained in Arcana.
You can attempt an Arcana check, yes. See if you can
Wait,
figure it out.
I think Ceres will say, like, over the telepathic link, it's probably a form of arcane lock, which will make picking it rather difficult. But it could also be a form of a trap. I'm betting on the first, though, as we've not heard that she's a specifically powerful mage.
Because nuts.
Tap myself with guidance. Oh, it didn't roll. Let me do it again.
2. Yeah, with more feeling.
Trap triggers you turn into the void.
28.
Nothing escapes Zed's knowledge and prowess. Well, Ceres's voice is half right and half wrong. The door is in fact arcane locked as part of this, reinforcing the lock in such a way that, well, yes, attempting to unlock it mundanely, while possible, would be very difficult. Without knowing the password, at least. However, there is a second effect on the door. If the door was to be opened, it would also trigger an alarm spell back to the caster.
Hmm. Well,
letting them know that someone has been snooping.
Yeah.
I think if Vicus tells Ceres that, or Ceres and the king, the results of that, I think Ceres would just say, "You might as well find a new way in."
Yeah, Vicus agrees.
I mean, there is a way.
Oh, there's certainly a way, but I don't think we have the means to disable a magical trap at the moment.
No. But if this room has a window on it.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. But the problem is with the alarm spell, because alarm spell can contain also the window.
You'd need to get a closer look at the window before you could identify
Yeah.
that.
Is there any access to the roof from the top floor?
The roof, not really.
Okay.
There isn't really like a roof you can walk on up there or anything.
No.
You could
Yeah.
use your own rooms to kind of climb out a window.
Um.
Though keep in mind it's very icy outside, so
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking at my strength score here. I'm like, he's not very good at climbing, that's for sure. So I would be
you'd be climbing on a
reticent.
very icy surface.
Yeah, attempting to do that. I'll have to think about this.
Dark, question.
Yes.
Does that alarm trigger only when we open like door sneakily? Like breaking the arcane lock without the password? Because my roll is that high, would I know the password? Or able to like guess with like the arcane symbol that way?
No, you wouldn't be able to just guess the password like
Yeah.
that.
As a question,
That said, actually, because
Zed,
you rolled so high, I will confirm to you, you're fairly sure that she's alarmed the door, not the room.
okay.
Okay, it's only the door.
Can you like wild shape and slip in there, like something really, really small, go under the door or something?
Don't think you can become small enough.
I can only become a small.
I see.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
halfling size is not going to fit through the lock.
Maybe tiny, but it's
I think
not
I think the spider is tiny, isn't it?
Even then, going down tiny would be like house cat.
a fox.
Not quite enough room to get in there.
Yeah,
Let me see if I have anything that is.
You would need to be at least
It would
one
have to
more
be
down
minuscule,
try.
probably.
minuscule, right? Yeah.
Let me see if I have anything.
What? Just tell me you can't squeeze a fox under a door.
I mean, I see
No.
some fairly impressive foxes and cats, but still.
I mean, I could be like a badger. What that's not.
I mean,
I,
I think a badger
Burrow
can-
speed.
Right, yeah, actually, I think that's what you're trying to burrow through from like downstairs or something.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
The tavern keeper was so pissed that a badger has burrowed through his inn.
Would a lizard fit in from the door gap?
The lizard has a climb speed, doesn't it?
believe so, yeah.
The lizard
Yeah,
might
man,
be able
they're
to use,
gonna-
and the lizard might be able to go outside and climb up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you have any climb speed, you can go up to the window.
I mean, yes, I have like a creature that has climb speed for certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Could give it a go. From
Yeah.
our room, because
Yeah.
Vic is like, Vic is can attempt, but even pass or fail, he's going to alert her, and I don't think that's not what we do, right?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right.
We can
You're
go.
not
check.
wanting the risk of she's going to go to ground or something.
Yeah, because we don't know where she is, so if she knows that we've been here, she's just gonna disappear, and then our lead is lost. So we need to be very careful.
Yeah, I shall like go our like room and like open the windows just to like get some fresh air for the room, and then look where like estimate where is the Lady Misaro's room.
Yes.
That should be easy to spot.
So it's up about one floor from you, and it's about a 40-foot climb along.
Yeah, not a challenge really.
It's not a huge distance.
No.
Though certainly with the amount of ice and the fact that the wall is, I mean, it's rough and climbable, but it's icy, which means climbing is dangerous.
Yeah.
Even with a climbing speed.
With a climbing speed, you're very unlikely to fail. You'll still need to roll, but it's very unlikely you'll fail.
And even if you fall, you're just an animal. Like,
Your
you're never,
your bigger thing is if you want to try and be stealthy about it as well, so people outside don't see a lizard trying to climb in.
I mean, it could be some other animals like a spider.
And
Spider-like.
then you've got a fairly large spider as well. So
I mean, I can be a tiny spider.
People might be more alarmed seeing a huge spider than
Cat-sized
a
spider
lizard,
would
maybe?
freak me the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I saw a cat-sized spider, I would die just right there. I would be
It would
dead.
burn the damn
as
tavern
it stands,
down.
as it stands, you are free to sneak if you want to wall climbing.
But I mean, a lizard. Who knows? Like a lizard can just climb around.
Lizards would also be very unusual because we're in such a cold climate. Lizards don't really survive.
Oh gosh, is there anything with like cold fur that can climb? Like
Let me check. Let me check.
It's not badgers that can burrow, but
I mean,
badgers burrowing up the wall.
no.
What CR can you wild shape to?
Actually, cat has climbing speed.
Really? Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
all right.
and a house cat would not draw very much attention.
No,
comparatively.
no. Let me
No.
just check that. Let me just check.
The Imperials have certainly brought plenty of house cats with them up north.
And they do have a stealth bonus, so
Yeah, let me just quickly check.
And to be frank, the cats don't care about the cold that much. Most of them are third.
yeah.
So.
I like how I searched cat 5e and I got the internet cable and not like D&D.
Yeah, well.
The nobles did not bring Ethernet cables up north with them.
Yeah. Cat will too.
That's why.
Cat is fucking fast.
Yeah.
So Zed is going to transform himself into a very fluffy cat.
No, it's not fluffy. It's just like this grayish blonde cat that looks like a bit out of the shape, bit old.
Yeah.
People look at it and say, my God, it's a haggard cat. My God, that thing has been through the ringer.
Vicus is gonna redo his telepathy here. Unfortunately, he doesn't have everyone else, but I think having some Zed is useful. So he'll have to spend one of his dies here, but I think it's important. Yeah,
So we just feel it like flee, like the
yeah, he'll yeah, it'll basically you'll feel like it's receding, but he'll tell you what he's doing before he does so. So you're not like what the fuck just happened.
Goodbye.
All right, now that
bye.
Grandpa's not watching, shall we get fucking lit?
Let's get crunk. That's
Look,
that's Avamanus flip the table and grabs the nearest server lady.
there are some very pretty looking like noble women over there.
Oh, I can imagine. God, yeah.
Keeper, bring me a barrel of wine.
It
Barrel
was.
of beer.
I was gonna quote a podcast me and Valky have been listening to lately, but I'm gonna skip that because we're gonna spare everyone's sanity. But if you want an incredibly funny podcast, check out My Dad Wrote a Porno.
Oh, just that title is brilliant. So now I have to go. Look that up.
It's a dude whose dad wrote a porno, and he reads it on the podcast with his friends, and it's the most hilarious thing ever.
Oh my god! All right, yep.
Awful.
Before I change to cat, I will get kindness on myself, and then I be a cat and like climb up the lady's mysterious room window.
Right.
Surprisingly, cat has 30 feet of climb speed.
Gosh,
Well, the good news, if you're being a cat, you don't really necessarily need to stealth.
Okay.
Because to be honest, people are not going to be that weirded out by a cat climbing around. I will still need a athletics here. You can use either your dexterity or your strength in this case. given the
Really?
size.
Even though it's got a climb speed?
It can be fairly easy. It will have an advantage because of the climb speed. It's going to be fairly easy for him.
Okay.
There is like due to the ice is a problem. So
Do your physical stats get replaced in wild shape then?
Yes,
Ah, so then I guess Dex
the-
would be better for you.
it's the mental stats that does not get changed.
Ah, I see. Okay, cool.
dex athletics with advantage.
Acrobatics I'm gonna use. Athletics is for strength.
Or do you mean like a Dex athletics or
Yeah, like I'm
I
gonna.
mean, I
Use,
come out either or. It's not a big issue.
I'm gonna
here.
use Dex Acrobatics because that is the.
yeah,
that I'm
go ahead.
using.
It's more like the cat's jumping up then, kind
Yeah.
of jumping up the ledges.
I mean cats can jump pretty high, so
14 with climbing speed.
I think they can jump up to 3 times their body length.
Jesus.
Even
That's
without
okay.
the guidance, being you're a cat, you would have made it.
Right.
But there's still a risk of failure there. So
Yeah.
you know,
Look at this, we're
As,
heisting. Sorry.
as
Heist cat.
as Vickers kind of looks out the window, seeing the cat kind of bounce from ledge to ledge and slowly make its way up. At the top, Zed kind of stands outside the window, looking in on, well, what disappointing is a room with the curtains drawn. You can't really see what's inside. But hey, I presume you're going to just force the window open and squeeze in.
Yeah.
Okay. Squeezing, kind of nudging up against the window until it opens. You slip inside, and kind of dance past the curtain. It is, well, to be frank, this tavern room is a mess. It's beautifully decorated. You know, it's one of the finer suites here, very clearly. Really nice, yeah, really nice bed with like silk sheets, like dresser with vanity. It's like really nice. And then you see the more unusual side of things, where she's clearly taken one of the desks, the writing desk in there, and it's just covered in like covered in various notes and documents. A lot of them.
Yes.
Off on the side of her room, actually basically underneath the window you just jumped through, is actually a collection of rapiers. Though there is notably one missing. Clearly, let's go one more rapier. And moreover, you can definitely see on the inside of the door, as you kind of look in, you can definitely see the slight burn marks around the edge of the keyhole, where clearly, yes, those spells were cast as you thought. Other than that, you've got like a large suitcase that it looks like it's already packed, sitting beside her bed. Where would Cat Z like to explore first? What's he looking out for? Presumably, all you're seeing is also going to be transmitted to Vickers.
Nice. Would you
Yeah,
like some advice from Vickers on what to look for?
I mean, the papers are interesting, most certainly, and
Yeah.
should be looked into.
Yeah, Vickers would basically say that what we need is some a few things. We would like to have evidence of where she is or where she might be, evidence of correspondence with the Blood Witch, or somehow a more stronger link than just rumors, and then anything else about her specifically would be good to find. So yeah, I think, as you said, those papers would be interesting to look at.
Yeah, but because the wild step can understand language, Seth will have to join back, and he starts to look into the papers. See if he can spot anything indicated as Vikas says. He will guide himself for the task.
Yes. This is probably investigation is the most appropriate thing if you're looking over the papers.
Thought so.
Unfortunately, Vickers is not there physically with you, else
No.
would be more suitable for this.
Yeah.
Investigation.
Very best. Oh, very nice.
24.
You know? While this may not be your area of expertise, Zed can handle paperwork. That's not an issue. There's a lot of it here, and it's varied. The first thing you find, kind of looking through, is a bit odd to you, as it appears to be financial records and kind of order invoices, but clearly not addressed to her. It looks like it's addressed to a few businesses in Vanderheim. Looking over the documents, actually, it looks like she's been spying on several businesses throughout Vanderheim. And given the roll so high, you can actually even get an idea of what she's investigating, which appears to be some kind of black market activity she's seemingly tracking. As you can see, areas where she's made notations and kind of circled certain bits where like the money clearly hasn't added up. Like someone's clearly like either too much money or too little money has gone through a system, where clearly some has been embezzled out or otherwise sent to the black market.
Constantly inform all this information to back to Vikas.
That is so weird because like she's been known to like basically not pay her way, but she's a spy for financial like illegality. Like makes no sense to me. That's incredibly weird.
I mean,
Maybe she's like basically putting up a front for herself to protect herself.
yeah.
Basically.
Anything else in the papers?
Yes, there is more to just that in the papers. That is the kind of first notable bit. Kind of looking deeper into, kind of looking through further though, because that's just kind of what clearly she's been working on recently. There are a few things in there. You do manage to find one thing kind of tucked in behind some of the papers, which appearingly is actually an invoice in her own name.
Oh.
A single invoice in her own name. Well, actually, there's two. One for this tavern, which is seemingly being billed to a Marco Alatori.
Assumedly, this would be the noble that paid for her last time.
Whoever that is.
Yeah. Okay.
And the other invoice appears to be to the Vanterson mercenaries, seemingly having hired out a bodyguard retainer.
Okay.
Again, paid for by the Marco Alatori.
Just as a question, as Isa is relaying this, Stark, does the name Marco Alatori ring any bells for Vicus? Like, is he a notable figure, or is he just some random person?
It's unlikely Vicus knows anything here.
Says no by history.
No, I don't think either of you would have kind of any correct connections to know who they are.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll just add.
Much else here though immediately, except for some documentation. Well, I say documentation. The basis of a few scrolls there, where clearly she's been studying the arcane notation on them. Most of them are fairly minor things, stuff like alarm spells, minor divination like detect magic, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, none of it's particularly high level, but clearly she's been, you know, as it were, dabbling and trying to teach herself in the arcane.
So are these scrolls, or they're just like her own notation to figure out how they work and do it herself?
There's a bit of both here. There's an actual scroll of detect magic on the table, for example.
Okay.
Can pill for that.
And there's also a scroll of alarm on the table as well.
Oh yeah.
The rest of it is actually just more notation.
Yeah.
Of stuff that she's figured out, but you know, isn't actually a written scroll.
Yeah. And that's basically as far as I can glean from the
From what's on the
papers.
deck, as far as you can
Yeah.
glean. So it's a decent amount of information nonetheless.
Okay.
Taking like a quick look around the room for the any other stuff, would he find anything?
There's that
like-
suitcase, right?
Yeah, like look in the suitcase, looking like if there's anything like hidden in like another bed or in a like a slide of the cover or anything like that.
Like a secret desk drawer.
Yeah, something like that. Trying to like ask like Vika's kind of like usual hiding spot for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, because it's basically like feeding him info on like his heist knowledge.
The two of you try to figure out different options here.
Yeah.
Do you want to roll like a
It's-
perception or investigation?
I don't need any more rolls than what you've already given me, using some of the previous ones right now. It's there's not a lot here, to be honest, in some areas. Looking into the suitcase, is certainly something you can do. It's clearly prepared in such a way that she can just, within a couple of minutes, have everything packed and like he's clearly ready to, fly off as needed. Book it from town.
Yep.
In there, you find a few things. You find some paperwork from different places she's been. Various forms of noble identification, that kind of thing, detailing about her family from, well, quite a distance out to the east. As from what I understand, she did come from the High Duchy of Ferelda, your easterly neighbours. Judging just by the sheer amount of travel, though, she's done by looking at some of the papers you find in there, yeah, she's definitely run from a lot of towns on the way. You do spot one thing, however, as you're kind of idly looking around. Based on Vicus's own rolls from earlier, he comes up with a hiding spot that you didn't think to check. Looking, and as you look actually inside of one of the scabbards for the rapiers, you actually find a vial of poison. It appears at the very bottom of one of them.
Ah.
Hidden in there. Though you don't have a clue what the poison does unless you would take time to actually, use equipment to try.
Yeah. Well, that's understandable.
But it's clearly just by the smell alone and just the general composition, it's definitely something not nice.
Yep.
There isn't a whole lot else here, though, unless fine jewelry is your kind of thing.
I
Or-
don't think so.
Valuable.
Or elegant dresses.
Maybe
That
when
or for that matter, a very well made breastplate.
Oh,
yeah.
well, we are trying to minimize their presence here, but Vicus does have an idea with those documents. And it's heavily dependent on whether well, a few things actually. Presumably she doesn't come back to the room often. And presumably that as far as Vicus knows from Zed, like you can only do your thing twice a day, right? Or is it more? Your well ship.
Twice a day for now.
Yeah. So
for short
basically, you'll use it to get out of here, and then you're for the rest of the day you can't do it again. So
He has
Vicus's
to take a
plan
short
would.
rest for it, but yes.
Oh, short rest. Oh, perfect
short
then. So what Vicus is thinking, basically take the documents from the desk that are basically good evidence for her. Take the poison as well. We go to the mayor in the evening, and depending on whether or not we trust her or not, we basically inform her of as much as we want to. But also, I would like to ask her if she can, because Vicus saw her like seemingly copy a contract earlier. So I'm wondering if she would be able to basically make a copy of these documents, and we can slip them back into her room so she doesn't even know we're there. Along with the poison after we like get it analyzed or something.
Yeah,
That's what Vicus thinks, at least.
Yeah, it's similar to what Seth is thinking.
Yeah. Well, we could probably take. It's up to. What do you? Well, I can't ask you guys, but she'd probably notice the scroll's gone. So it's a question of whether or not we should take them. I probably think we should anyway. I'm sure we can arrange the things in such a way that it's difficult for her to find it. Maybe she thought.
Like she will know that somebody was in the room because the window is open.
It's true. But you can close it on your way out, right?
I mean, I will be a cat.
Yeah, the cat is going to be fairly difficult to properly close the window again.
I mean,
That's
I could put
true.
like a small rope on it and then pull it as a cat, but I don't know how it will succeed on it. And if
Uh,
she sees the robe, she would know that something was in there.
Do we have a mage hand user here? Just curious.
Mage hand. No. I mean,
Unfortunate.
yeah. I don't. No, I don't have a mage
That's
hand.
okay.
I did consider picking it up, but it's no.
No, situation I understand.
I mean,
well,
good thrown whip work for closing the window.
I mean, it would
Whipping
damage
the
it
window
as well.
shut.
oh, it'll shut the window, alright,
If
but
you
also
fall-
like
If you
break
fall
it.
out the window, you end up breaking the window.
I mean, if you break it and then get me back up there, I can mend it.
I mean, I have mending, but I cannot cast it as a cat.
We have to.
And as it says, any kind of magic like that's also going to draw attention of people seeing you cast a spell and
Yeah,
fire.
An intricate system of levers and pulleys to hoist Ceres up to the window so she can mend it.
No,
At that
I
point, just get a ladder and climb up the window and close it.
yeah, at that point. I think we'll then the best we can do is just leave the window open. I'm sure she'll notice something, but
And
well,
if she notice, like we can then, if she like comes here quickly, we can then drag her down if she like leaves quickly.
yeah, we can leave someone behind, or Vicus or whatever can stay to keep an eye to see if she does come back or not, and give you guys the document so they can show to the mayor. Like, if she comes back, I'm sure he'll notice. Like he'll basically do a stakeout and keep an eye out, something like that. But yeah, so grab what you can for now. We'll think about that later.
I shall like take the papers, the poison. I mean, I could take the weapons and the breastplate too,
You could.
because they will mend into midnight turn, so she wouldn't have any gear.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why not? We can then sell them later.
Yeah.
Sure.
Finally,
else.
the king's drinking. Yes.
I mean, if you want to take the equipment, equipment-wise, what she's got in the room is one breastplate and 4 rapiers.
It's a lot of rapiers.
There's a lot of rape.
Just also as a note, like we don't know if she's done anything wrong yet, so maybe don't rob her blind.
She's consorting with the evil blood witch. Like she's shady as all fuck.
Sure, okay.
Yeah, the rapiers aren't just 4 like basic manufactured ones. So they're clear, like each one's clearly like got it's a kind of very different made. One's clearly like been made by dwarves. One's clearly been made like somewhere much further south.
Yeah.
Possibly like souvenirs of where she's been.
Yeah, you can take it if you wish. I just making you
I
guys
mean, she
aware.
will know that somebody was here through the papers, so
Yeah.
better make it like everything was stolen. Somebody went into the room and steal everything.
That's a good point. Make it look like it wasn't just a targeted thing. Maybe just take a lot of maybe do take a lot of random stuff.
Yeah. Like anything that looks valuable. Like somebody sneaked in the room and like stole anything that valuable looking. Yeah, I will do that. It will be. Yeah. Everything that looks any bit of like valuable that could be sold and like.
I mean, in that case, you can also, on top of that, about 100 gold pieces worth of jewelry.
Ooh, payday.
Yeah. Needs must, I suppose. I mean, Vicus is fine with that, honestly.
Are you also wanting to steal the various dresses she has?
No, those won't be like easy to sell.
No.
But like weapons, jewelry, rapiers, papers, like that most certainly is like.
Very well, you can claim all of that from her.
Alright.
I do that and turn my cat and like go down.
Very well, you dart your way back down. I'm not going to make you roll on the way back down because worst case is Vicus catches you.
Yeah. Also, cats can jump pretty good anyway, so.
Yes. Getting down is not normally the issue for the cat. Getting up might be the issue.
Yeah. Damn.
As Zed can jump down, then leap in through the window.
All right.
Presumably transforming back with a massive pile of weapons dump falling to the floor.
Well, I say we put them in your backpack or whatever, right?
Yeah, it won't be like a quick them on like a backpack or something.
I mean, There's a lot of stuff still.
It
Oh,
is a lot
true,
of stuff. Yes. Yes.
Hey, now that's your collection of rapiers.
All
Uh,
right.
Actually, I can carry all of that.
All right. If you take the time to basically settle it in
Yeah,
your
I will just dump them on our room after like putting all together, like being a little bit like overweight.
Yeah.
Not overweight.
Vix will take a look at the papers while you do that. Just to
Said-
like basically confirm what you said, and he nods and says, "Well,
Well,
looks like she has a little secret."
I mean, who doesn't? But like, we are a good team.
Vegas,
Yes.
scanning over the papers quickly, you recognize a name in one of the papers.
Is it my friend?
One of the it looks like one of the businesses she was investigating for black market activity does belong to a Brunston.
Ah. Oh, I know exactly why. Of course. Oh, so maybe she might be. Oh, okay. Vicus nods to himself. He'll reveal this later when we're all together. Okay.
Well, I shall dump our loot here, hide them under like put them in the closet. Yes.
Yeah. Vicus will basically quickly write out a summary of like what the notes entail, just for himself, in case somehow these we either have to give these up or somehow they get lost or stolen back or whatever happens, just so he has his own reference. They're not like copies or anything, but they're just like notes.
And copying all of her notes would take a while.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of them are quite detailed business records.
Just a summary note for himself. Those invoices don't have any like seal on them, specifically the ones that were invoiced to Marco.
There's no seal on any of them, no.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. But yeah, Vicus will.
That said, actually, though, with that said, though, there is the ones from Marco to the Blue Boar Inn do have a like station. I do have like a stationary embossing on them of a blue boar in the top right corner.
Oh yeah,
Well,
of course.
So that's the thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. But then Vicus will nod to himself and also agree with Zed and say, yes, it seems unlikely as it may seem, we worked very well together.
Yeah. If you need my animal abilities, you know where to find me. I'm gonna get a drink. I found celebrating this that will be enjoyable.
All right.
And like he goes like down and gives like a rundown view in what was the language that King was able to speak?
Celestial.
Yeah, celestial.
That's my
no other
special language.
No other languages.
Let's see, what do I have? Oh
Yeah,
What does
gosh.
the king have?
Do you have Draconic? I think you have Draconic.
I don't know. Let's see here. Description. Looking for my. Where are languages noted?
It's on your like front page on the bottom left. Do you have Celestial Common
Oh,
Draconic?
yes. Yes.
do have
Celestial
Draconic.
Common Draconic. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, he gave you like a rundown in Draconic, like
All
what
right.
he found and that kind of thing, information.
All right. I think the question is, of course, what does it mean? Sure, she has like a lot of financial records and like, but what
I
is she
mean-
actually doing?
She might be part of Inquisition or she's backed by someone from the East, which might be inconvenient.
Eastern spy.
Vickers will come down after some time. And Zed is given the rundown, but he'll also pipe up with his own information. So the actual bartender that he asked for information for, his name is Brunston. So his business is being investigated by her because, well, he runs some pit fights. So it's possible that some money is being exchanged and not exactly recorded there. So Vickers would potentially suggest that she might actually show up there to spy. However, since we canvassed her room, we should probably keep an eye on that up until that point, and then we go and see if she shows up. Basically,
Mhm.
we might catch her in the act of her spying and drag her out that way. Did Brunson said a couple of days, but he didn't say particularly how long before they start.
About 2 days' time, some was scheduled.
2 days time. Okay.
But why though? What does she care? Like, is she like any financial inspector? Like, what is she? Such a weird activity for her.
Well, she's definitely a spy because like I don't think she works for like a financial like regulation. I think she's
Right.
literally a spy from a different region.
Sure.
Or she's sent here specifically. Like Marco seems to be a person with a lot of money, and has presumably like basically sponsored her to do this, or is her superior or whatnot.
Sure. It's just it's odd. I guess as a spy, you wouldn't necessarily care about like an underground fighting ring, right? But maybe she's here to like categorize and like catalog the underworld or something. It's difficult to.
Yeah, and then there's a question of like, why was she seen with the Blood Witch? What does that have to do with financial? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
so clearly there's something else going on, as well.
Yep, something smells, and it ain't the boar.
I mean, the border smell delicious, but
It's true.
But yeah, with the information, I mean, Vickers will lay out the plan about getting the things like like magically copied if possible. Probably isn't, but if it is, then we can basically get the copies back up, and all she would seem to see is that all her weapons and stuff are gone, and her valuables, but not her documents. So she might just think she was robbed blind, rather not know what's going on.
We don't happen to see the mayor's name in the papers.
taking a quick skim through the papers, no, there's a couple of references to her in there, but not on any document like where she's clearly investigating like illicit activity.
Sure. And on the document that she's named, this is like my employer, the mayor, or is it like that dumb bitch, or
No,
is it just?
it looks like more like it looks just more like where she's got records of like where she clearly she's like checked something like contracts. It looks like a few copies of contracts between the mercenaries and the mayor,
Hmm.
where it looks like she was clearly checking for like corruption, but couldn't find any.
So weird. So weird. I don't get her at all. Oh well.
Maybe the mayor might have some insight.
Wild thought.
Mm.
Maybe the witch and the spy are anchored to the Eastern Empire, and they are trying to sow some discontent or other kind of things in here for something bigger.
Yeah, possibly.
Might be, but I feel the witch's goal is that secret vault of knowledge that's like up here. That's my guess where the witch is going.
Or something other chaotic. Like
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
she has took the heart of that like superhero in the tomb, and she's like seemingly gathered a lot of other weird bobs and bits. So I'm thinking she's doing something to try to get into the vault up north, where incredible knowledge supposedly hides. That's my guess.
Yeah, we can only guess. There's no solid answers. Anyway, Seth's gonna order cider for himself. He's gonna enjoy this.
You can certainly order a side of yourself in sitting back down, surrounded by the nobles.
Seth looks so out of the place. Like
But it's certainly getting looks from the nobles. But
he doesn't care.
He has socks older than these nobles.
Well,
I mean, the mending spell, not impossible.
With the power of mending, anything is possible.
so I presume then we just wait for the meeting with the mayor, right?
Does that mean a short rest?
So, is the party concluding their information gathering for now?
I think so.
We have absolutely no idea where she could be right now. So I think the best thing is to wait for it to come to us, and we do have a few leads on where she might show up. So
Teams before.
yeah.
Okay. You wait. You wait then for the evening. The mayor, of course, has invited you. Has invited you over to invited you over to her mayoral estate. After sundown, and then of course once you've had that, you can come back here and enjoy your boar.
Yeah. What do you guys think about Vika staying behind and making sure that she doesn't come back to her room?
Sure.
Fine. Do you need me in the mayor discussion or want me to be someone again here?
No, we can Sed and Vikas can stay here. I think Ceres and Amanas can do the mayor talk, right?
We can do the mayor talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you need a boost for it?
No, well, maybe.
Yeah. Vikas will just like mention like if you do tell her about the noble that we're investigating, maybe ask her if she can copy the documents, and if not, then whatnot. We'll have to at least we can show her, and then we might put them back or something. We'll see. But I will go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Like I will be pretty spent if I give you like the enchant ability again, but I can give you.
I don't think we necessarily need it. I think the mayor is friendly enough with us that
I think even with some
Um,
bad rolls, if we need persuasion rolls, that we will probably be okay. You know what I mean? It's not
Really?
like we're fighting for something here.
Yeah, I
Particular.
shall then skip a bell. We got like a sorceress arc, so I can get my wild shape back.
yeah, get like save that spell slot for a thorn whip or something.
The Thorn Whip is a cantrip, so.
Oh well, you know,
But
can
I have
always
like.
whip.
Yeah.
On whip
I
plus
shall.
one.
Yeah, I shall stay at the inn with Vickers.
Drinking the entire tab clean.
No. Like he like orders like glass, and then like takes like 2 hours to drink it.
Yes.
Really enjoying it.
Oh, he's like, well, he's one of those guys in the pub that sits there for hours but only has like
Yeah.
2 glasses.
I mean, it depends. I imagine that's most elves, given their constitution.
Yeah. Well, you know, you get something really pricey and really like a craft, you know, and that's not for gulping down. That's for sipping slowly.
Yeah. In the other campaign I'm in, my character's immune to poisons and diseases, so when they went on a pub crawl, and my character was like the sober mum that was looking after them all. So I imagine that's like Ceres in it's sort of in a way. It's like making sure that the king doesn't get plastered.
But yes,
Yeah, he's a you know he's a clean alcoholic, so he tries to keep away from it as much as possible.
arrive back then at the mayor's estate, the two of you. It takes a little bit of time, but you arrive. Have you cleaned yourselves up at all, or are you still? Are you still covered in the grime of the dungeon?
Yeah, no. Ceres has prestidigitation, so she can clean us both up.
Ah, wonderful.
And Ceres has a noblewoman's garb, I think, as well.
I don't have anything like that. He'll show up just in armor.
In your armor, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, prestidigitation. We can look fucking spick and span, smelling great. So yeah.
Ooh, lavender.
As you approach the door, the guardsman there greets Ceres and her bodyguard. Once they're informed to Ceres's name, they quickly usher you inside to a beautifully decorated sitting room. It's not as good as you'd expect a massive noble estate to, but given that Mayor Rochelle isn't a noble and doesn't have access to the funding of proper nobility, It's really nice. You know, high tier merchant kind of level. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
Susp.
Wonderful set of drapes, nice couch.
All I'm hearing is rich peasant, and that's.
Ceres looks around, like wrinkles her nose. You can't buy class. Ugh.
Rich peasant.
How
You know,
incredibly gauche.
You know, there are bookshelves, and there is even some like wine set up for you as you arrive.
All right.
There's also
Posh.
just a flask of water there as well, because she doesn't know how much you want to drink.
Right.
She's not in the room, but the guards do inform that they will go and fetch the mayor in and let her know that you've arrived.
Oh, I mean, as well scan the bookcase, see if there's anything interesting.
It's a mishmash of books that clearly the mayor has purchased over time, well, imported over time from the south. A lot of it's on actually various noble customs.
Yeah, definitely a rich peasant. She has no one to teach her these things, so she has to read up on it.
You know what? We'll teach her, Amanas. We'll teach her.
There's also of course there's some history books in there as well, and similar things. But there's also a couple of fighting manuals in there. You know, the kind of thing an old retired knight might try and or a scribe at a castle might try to put together to help record the fighting style of someone important.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, okay. Like a scholar that sits in the training yard watching an important, like, a champion of the people fight.
It's a whole lot of books that indeed nobles would probably look at and go like, it's noble tourism.
I see.
And there's also a bunch of just history books there as well. So, although that alone probably says quite a bit about the mayor.
All right. Well, sip some water and wait for it to arrive.
All right, I'm going to quickly roll something. Okay.
Actually, have a wooden stake in my inventory. Well, there you go.
A wooden stake? Why have you got that?
What?
You never know when you
Where'd that come
need
from?
to stake someone, I guess.
Is that from your background?
Yes, I think so.
See, as a comparison, I've got 2 daggers and I've never drawn one. And a crossbow. I just have these things.
Where has Ceres hidden these things? Well, she'll never tell.
I have some manacles.
Oh, I believe it.
All right. Now we're getting somewhere. This is a good evening.
It's getting better and better by the minute over here.
I seemingly have a letter from a dead colleague that seems to be posing a question that I want to have an answer for.
What?
Oh, this is completely new.
Oh.
Seemingly.
What is this mysterious letter?
When
I
did I
know.
receive this?
Zed and Vicus.
Zed hasn't checked his inbox in 200 years.
Yes.
I don't
doesn't know
want to see
how
the
to.
spam folder. Zed and meanwhile, they're getting to nurse their drinks at the inn, being out of place as they are, but they can. I mean, it's nice at least.
Yeah.
Really nice. And you can overhear a few like talks between the nobles and rumors, those of which that aren't slander, that aren't quietly like appalled by you in the background.
Yes.
Of
course.
You can hear a couple. You can hear a couple which are kind of behind the back slandering of course, like other nobles and such. Nothing too uncommon. You also hear a lot of disgruntled comments about Mayor Pine from the nobles as well.
In what sense? Like,
well, to quote, overly ambitious southern hick.
oh Jesus!
Oh, wow. All right.
Poor bear.
I mean, I totally expected the nobility here to have something against her, being that she isn't
Yes.
nobility and she basically has more power than them.
Yeah.
They're gonna be disgruntled, aren't they?
It does appear that the mayor has done a very good job of pissing off the nobility. It seems through her maneuvering to become mayor herself, which quite impressive, honestly.
It's impressive she's still alive if you have that many nobles mad at you, because what happened to us?
Well, unlike you, the nobles in this region are mostly petty nobles without much land.
That's fair, that's fair.
Noble Justin, like name.
You know, the
or-
nobles she pissed off aren't landed nobles with armies. They are people who have, like, I have a fancy house.
You relay that. That's that's good
Mm.
information for the two talking to her to know.
Rather, the nobility hate her? I mean,
Yeah, I mean it's quite obvious, but now for sure that you
yeah.
know. puts her drive into perspective.
Yeah. Other than that, though, Vixen said, you know, it's more or less the standard noble bantering you're hearing back and forth, rumors behind the back of various individuals that you don't really recognize the name of most of them.
Yeah.
And you can even hear some of the classist comments that the mayor warned you about earlier in here, of hearing, like, definitely a divide where the imperial nobles kind of looking down upon the scold nobles,
Oh, okay.
thinking they're not, you know, clearly not viewing them as being true nobles. They were just given a noble title to shut them up.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there's definitely some elitism going on down there.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's mostly comments about you two.
Expected.
What about us?
M-
The
most-
Rahal has come found the inn, placed in inn.
Like, they're not directly saying them at you, and they're trying to hide them, but you two are enough that you can pick up on some of it at least.
Yeah.
And, you know, neither of you look in place here, and, like, they're wondering what are a pair of like vagabond travelers doing here.
Yeah.
And is that an elf?
Uh-oh.
What elf doing in here? They should be outside the wall. They're outside the city walls.
Deal more cards. It's expected.
Set
I mean,
will bet
none
5
of
gold at
none of them
tops.
are approaching you, though. It's just kind of the standard, though, comments you were probably expecting.
Yeah. When Seth gets like interesting how the rules work, he will do some like slight bidding.
Oh wow! All right.
Up to 5 gold. Up to 5 gold.
You're going to get involved in some minor gambling.
5 gold. Wow, rich for my blood. All right. Well, 5 gold it is.
We add the money that we got into a pot from last week.
Yes.
I have not included any stolen goods in there yet, but I do have the complete pot for your wealth you've gained so far.
This is my personal funding.
Yeah, same as my personal.
The complete pool you're at is 934 gold.
Damn.
It used to also contain a large number of healing potions, but those have been expended.
Yeah.
The expended. Do you want the sheet or do you want to play fair?
Vic is not gonna cheat against the colleague.
Okay, so we just roll like D20 and see the
Sure.
end result. Huh?
All right, 5 gold goes to you. And Vic is just done with his gambling.
My master can't take it.
You know, he knows when he's been beaten fairly, and he doesn't want to cheat. He'd know he'd win if he cheated, but it doesn't feel right.
Yeah. Seth is happy. Third sider.
Yeah. Can add 5 to your sheet. I'll remove 5 from mine. All right.
Meanwhile, back at the mayor's house, it's after a couple of minutes, entering in through one of the closed doors, which you think is like a study of some kind. You see the mayor approach with her same characteristic over enthusiasm, as she quickly makes her way over and sits across from you on the couches. Oh, it's wonderful to see both of you. Your other colleagues didn't ordain to join us?
They have some other business to attend to, of which I shall mention something later, perhaps. But they send their regards.
Understood. Regardless, I appreciate both of your attentions, Lady Ceres and Lord Zeal.
Nods.
Yeah, Sarah slightly inclines her head.
Now, you had questions, I believe, if you wish to ask me. It is why we had to arrange this. Where would you like to start?
What questions did we have? I'm completely blanking. I'm
One of the big topics was her relation to the Inquisition.
Yes, that stuff is indeed all. Oh, just an aside before I continue. I also saw other possessions in my character sheet. A hangman's noose that feels heavier than it should. That's in there as well.
I remember that one.
If we need it, I'm just saying.
An oddly heavy hangman's noose. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So,
I'll write that down.
relationship to Inquisition. I suppose what she's doing here, like what's like clearly she's gone up pretty
Mhm.
fast in the ranks. Does she have a specific reason why? Also, we want to tell her perhaps about our stuff, right? Blood Witch stuff. We're looking for her. Blah
Mhm.
blah blah. And what else? Talk about this fucking washed-up noble we're looking for. Maybe up to you whether or not to tell her what we found and show her. And yeah, if she knows Marco Alatori, it's another person we need to find.
Alatori.
It's in the Matrils chat. Anyway.
Well, then Amanas will sip some water and look over to her and says, first of all, Mayor Rochelle, I would like to hear some more of you. You seem out of place, to say the least. Most of the old nobles and similar people of stature here seems rather grumbly and alarmed at your speedy success and rise to power. And you do seem like an odd bird up here in the cold. Perhaps a little story you could tell us. How did you end up here and why?
She pauses for a moment as she takes herself a small glass of wine herself. That stirs in her hand. Oh, I suppose I can go into some of my history. It's... She takes a moment to consider how she wants to word everything. I grew up much further in the south, as you may be able to observe. Actually, a little bit. It was a rather large merchant port, actually, on the western seaboard. I was always surrounded by various... Well, it was the kind of town where gold just runs everywhere, to be honest. And a very stark contrast to the climate up here. I'm sure you don't want to have full sob story, but to say the least, early in my career down there, had made an effort out of building myself contacts, especially in various different markets. I was intending to play the game of gold that was going around, one way or another. And building up a small fortune, I managed to eventually hire myself a few trading ships, if you would believe. Most of that is ancient history at this point, but eventually that venture was sold off to a business partner. But between the capital I gained from that and, well, a few personal connections I had gained to some noblemen up here in the north, due to my I assisted with some trade deals of theirs. Eventually, one of them brought to my attention that, well, they may be able to help get me a good word in with a position of better authority. I was not aware at the time that this would be a icy town in the middle of nowhere, but nonetheless, the good favor did help me on my road to success here. And how many commoners can say that they've risen up and well, they get to rule their own town
Nods.
with the support of my people, of course.
Of course. You seem rather respected and liked by your people, nobles excluded, perhaps. But those who are born into privilege and never fought for it tend to look down on people who do fight for it. I do respect your career, so to speak, Mayor, and I thank you for enlightening me. Take a sip of water.
Certainly, the blue bloods can pout all they want to pout. I have no intention of being limited by my birth, nor do I have any intentions of leaving a legacy of simply my birth.
Nods. Makes a mental note that he likes this lady. And proceeds and says, "Well, how long have you been ruling this town?"
I've had control of Vanderheim as its elected mayor now for... I'll be approaching my sixth year now.
Nods. All right, I see. That's not bad at all.
Nobles are still not settled with my presence here, but as it stands, I have enough votes from the people and the merchant groups that they haven't been able to do anything about it.
Smiles. He says, "Well, what we talked about slightly before, the Inquisition has turned Freyfrost mostly upside down at this point. Their bumbling intervention into this part of the country has certainly left its mark. But in most places, they seem to be tolerated, or people are afraid of them. But not you. You, in fact, threw them out and even posted armed mercenary guards on your walls, with the intention, I presume, to shoot them if they come back, or at least try to force them way in. This definitely piques my interest, because you do seem rather fierce, but I wouldn't suspect you would call in troops as the first option. So I am curious to hear, what did they do to deserve such a treatment?
She pauses for a moment and decides to actually just down most of her glass. Here, as she pauses up another one. That is... Well, I did promise I would tell you. Now, I'll admit, straight up, that I've never got along the best with the religious institutions, no matter where I've been. There is often classism even in their own ranks, and it leaves a sour taste especially when I see those of higher births managing to skip the steps the acolytes have to rise in their stations. It happens everywhere, I understand. Everywhere there's corruption exists. There's nothing there's no way around that. I don't expect there to be. And that wasn't the reason I kicked them out, but it certainly left a bit of a sour taste when they suddenly showed up and then acted as they were the authority of this region. She pauses for a moment.
I mean,
Now,
certainly. But the nobles also act like they own the place, but you don't throw them out.
well, those would be harder to throw out. Regardless, though, that isn't why I threw them out. It's a bit more of a, well, somewhat of a personal matter, to a degree. As well as that of a request.
Request.
Count Ander Reinhardt, the Duke's beloved cousin, had apparently not been too happy with the Inquisition also rampaging through his territory under his cousin's funding. So part of it was a monetary incentive I was given to help keep the Inquisition out of here, which certainly was a tempting offer when I first received it, especially given the sheer amount was able to more than pay for both the guards and for various projects that I had lined up for the city.
I see.
That I wasn't originally going to accept his offer, though, I'll be honest. Upsetting the Inquisition was going to be a bit too much, was going to be far more trouble than it was worth originally. Yet, then more personal matters came up with Sir Gillian McFrey, who is acting in the Inquisition as one of the Inquisition's lieutenants. A fame. He thinks of himself as some hotshot knight, answering only to the Lord Inquisitor himself. And, well, let's say he also turned to violence. He may have turned to violence far too quickly. We had some heated discussions. He may or may not have made threats. She pauses for a moment here, realizing maybe she said too much.
Mm-hmm.
Sir Gillian has quite the temper, if I'm not wrong, no?
He does, yes. A zealous temper. He made certain threats, and I was not going to be threatened inside my own hold, especially by those who were requesting my city's cooperation. And given the already tempting offer I had on the table, it seemed, well, petty perhaps. The Inquisition are no longer welcome here. Not if that's going to how they're going to treat the local authority.
All right.
And if they cause me issues, again, I've got armed guards on the walls. They're only told to wound, not to kill, but they don't know that.
Well, nods, drinks some more water, thinks a little bit, and says, "I think you understand. Well, we are certainly happy that Vanderheim has kept itself free of the Inquisition's grasp. There are a few other places around here that are similarly free from it, and so far I do not think we have run across anyone who will welcome their presence or think that whatever they did was just. We are our own activities, if I should speak to them briefly, is to try to figure out exactly why the Inquisition is here. Because as far as we are concerned, something doesn't add up, really. Officially, they are here to look for some sort of an apostate or heathen, a blood witch, perhaps, we think. And this hunt, in this hunt, they made a rather spurious claim that the Duke had something to do with the Blood Witch and killed them. This is one of the mysteries we are trying to puzzle together exactly what happened there. It doesn't seem likely that he would aid such a creature. More likely he perhaps tried to stop the Inquisition doing whatever he was planning to do and got killed for it, using the Blood Witch simply as a smokescreen or.
I don't believe you're correct.
Leans forward. Oh.
I don't have any solid evidence, and I don't have anything I can present to you tangibly. But call it my intuition. I feel like I've got a fairly good one. It seems Sir Gillian had. To me, it felt like he had been pressured by something more than the Lord Inquisitor here. As if some bigger party to the south was making a move. I don't have anything solid here. I don't have any details, but I am going to assume this. I'm going to assume that my dear Earl's demise likely was as much an inquisitional force as it was a political assassination.
Oh, this is certainly interesting. We
Hold this claim, just intuition.
We have been rather cut off from the comings and goings of the Empire at large for many years. We are not up to date at all with any of the courtly or otherwise intrigue of the land. Do you have any inclination of what the Earl would have done to incite such vitriol against him? Sending the Inquisition to assassinate someone is certainly no small task. And such an order would have to come very high up in the hierarchy.
Just through a mental link, Ceres will remind Amanas through Vicus that the Blood Witch was noticed to be snooping around the capital, and that was one of the main reasons why she was being hunted.
Yeah, she's caught spying.
Yeah, she was caught spying, and then it was found through. I can't remember what exactly, but that the Earl was basically helping her in some way. So I think that the connection there was likely that the Earl was then was effectively politically assassinated because he was helping the Blood Witch was either spying for him, or he was helping the Blood Elf spy on the capital for whatever movement Rochelle is hinting at may be happening.
Yeah.
I think that's why he was politically assassinated. But it would be interesting to see what Rochelle says on her part for this.
Well, to my understanding, a few months ago, the Earl had gone to Dawncrown to attend a few functions, as nobles are ever inclined to do, and never required to do. I shouldn't need to go into, you likely know better than I do, all of the functions and various ceremonies of allegiance, and she waves her hand. I do understand that he had been rather vocal in opposition to some kind of plan that was going on down there. I don't have the details of it, though it sounded like perhaps talks of war of some kind that he was opposed to, though I don't have details.
Hmm.
After I wasn't here for any of those, I'm just hearing through the grapevine.
What, like thinking, like I'm gonna shut this eye for a second and try to think of the map of the Empire and imagine who is the most likely enemy in the south.
Oh. Most likely enemy in the south is likely probably the Empire to your western seaboard.
Mm-hmm.
They're about the same size as the Celestial Kingdom of Dawn-Crown, and there's always been political kind of tensions and rivalries there, especially on both a religious ground and on a like political ground.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible they would have been like they're likely a target because there's already a lot of animosity that way, and there's been previous wars throughout history.
Right.
Though there hasn't been a war for quite a while, given that you personally didn't rage any.
Right.
But your people certainly waged wars against them. There's always been border conflicts occasionally. The only other target that comes to mind is if they were thinking of trying to, heavens forbid, reclaim the Badlands, an area that was taken by Orcish invaders off to the east, side of the kingdom.
Yeah.
The area has basically been scorched earth by the orcs, but it was, Celestial Imperium land.
Right.
Certainly, many nobles, a group of nobles end up losing their titles from it, and also cut off valuable trade routes to further away neighbors in that direction. Either or could be a valuable target. Or it could be something else, but those are the most likely options.
All right.
Of course, it's been a while since Atlas has looked at the political, situation.
no.
Look on my map, yeah.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, Dark, where is the Duchy of Ferelda? Exactly where we are.
It's literally east of us. In
Just
fact,
east, straight east.
In fact, we might actually be so if you literally go east, you go into the marshlands of Daredevil, which is part of the...
Yeah, just across Goblin Creek, actually, from where you are, is where you enter, the first county of Ferelda.
Yeah.
Right, because that's where the noble is from.
Just across the border.
Yeah, Deli Mazara. So just basically as a reference for where she's coming from here. So I presume we're going to talk about her soon. So
I can't access the overworld for some reason.
I don't currently have that map up right now, but actually,
Okay, that's okay.
I can show you something. All the labels enabled at the moment, but
it's
that's
very,
fine.
very near, basically.
Yeah.
Is the fog of war turned on this map?
Forgive me if I'm wrong, Dark, but it's less than a day's sort of movement from here.
If you go across Goblin Creek from where we are now,
yeah,
you can get there you can get into the Duchy in a day.
Yeah, really
that's presuming you can get past Goblin Creek.
Obviously,
yeah, of course, yeah. But as the crow flies, yeah.
As the crow flies.
If you can't get past Goblin Creek, you're going to have to go the long way around, which will take you quite a few days.
Yeah, which is fine. But the marshlands directly to our east is...
Gotcha. Thank you for your notes. They're actually incredibly helpful.
They're great, right?
They're awesome. I love them. It's a nice reminder.
Man,
here's an updated map of the region.
I've got so many notes that are intermingled.
Yeah. When I'm finished with school, I can actually start doing some stuff as well.
Is the map revealed? Map did reveal, yes.
Yeah, it's loading for me.
Yeah, just
roughly the border kind of runs down here.
I haven't got it loaded yet. It's just...
Come on, we have to load the big map.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think I might have it just mostly in my notes, but there's some stuff that I've linked different people in the in each topic, like how they interlink with people.
Interlink with each other.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that. That's smart. You can have like
Yeah.
inter postings.
So you can sort of like link. You can add a like hyperlink to text.
Yeah.
So and you can then get a link to different topics.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I've been able to sort of like link things that way. So I can say, hey, like in my notes, in my personal notes, I've got Sir Gillian, which has a hyperlink to his post in Neutral Parties, had a falling out with Mayor Rochelle Pine, who also has a link to her topic. So I can just sort of bounce between those.
Yeah, yeah.
And Dark can probably see it, but it actually does a really cool thing in like normal chats, where it like has a brief overview of the topics. It's really cool.
Yeah. If you, has this loaded up now for you?
Yes.
It
for
has
me,
now,
yes.
yeah.
For me.
This is a slightly updated map. In there I've kind of drawn the borderline between the Empire and like Ferelda's territory.
Yeah, okay.
Ferelda controls kind of this area up here and a little bit more further off to the east.
Okay, cool.
And of course, you're like here right now, so you're pretty close.
Yeah, super
It's
close.
about, yeah.
Oh, is that a little bunny? Oh,
Depending on are you looking at the port all the way to the west?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cute bunny.
That's a cute little bunny.
Yes, the emblem of that one is a bunny.
That is a majestic bunny.
It is.
Awesome crown and
Alright.
everything.
Yeah, this map is great. It's nice to
It's a-
visualize where things
Yeah,
are.
definitely.
The crowns, of course, are showing kind of the larger rulers of the areas.
Yeah, the dukes.
So you've got Duke,
Yep.
High Duke.
Yeah.
Also, that one's in red just because of the fact that technically he's not part of your empire. He's technically a foreign power. So
Yeah.
Attack immediately. Reclaim the lands. Satisfy the grudge.
Alright. Well,
over time, I'll keep expanding this map further. But for now, you only have kind of like, the high north right now because that's the only area you've really got influence.
Yeah. Well.
But returning back then, where further would you like to ask Michelle about?
Well, he will.
Because she explained like what happened in the Inquisition with her and her thoughts on what happened to she thinks it's because of his his open opposition to the Queen, the Queen and Council's court of ideas of war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he says, well, we are still interested in finding the Blood Witch. She's dangerous, and she has certainly killed and conspired around the countryside. We do believe that it was her who broke into the Skull tomb here in town. From what we have deduced, she broke in to steal the heart of one of the champions that was entombed in there. What she plans to do with it is unclear, but some sort of dread ritual or sacrifice, no doubt.
One of the champions.
Nods. Yes. One, the main tomb, so to speak, of that place, the one that was set in high honor among the others.
Mary Michelle gets up and goes over to her bookshelf and starts looking through all the history books. That's the heart. I mean, I'm not much of a mage myself, but I presume the heart would be quite a powerful reagent for something.
Just glances over to Ceres. He has no idea, but
I mean, I have a feeling that it would be somewhat obvious that the heart would be particularly powerful for blood magic.
Hence Rochelle's guess.
Yeah.
As she pulls out a book and starts scrolling through. King Ivar the Superior, or King Ivar the Mad, depending on how you want to call him.
I wasn't.
By legend, looking at this, he was as strong as a mountain, and more interestingly, had the ability to pick you up at a distance.
Pick you up at a
Like-
distance.
Blinks.
He would simply grasp his hand towards you and pull, and bring his fist in, and you would just fly at him into his axe. Apparently able to launch people like ragdolls.
Taps the armrest of the chair. Well, if you were some kind of mage or psychically attuned, such a feat could be doable, I think.
Let's first have a think of how plausible that this is, or is it just folktale? Sort of over-exaggeration sort of thing.
Mary Rochelle can certainly show you the history book she's looking at. And if there's like she can try to use Arcana to try and decipher between what's folklore and what might be real.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
16.
Pretty decent.
You begin to look through. Now, some of this does seem a bit far-fetched. You have to admit.
Well, yes.
But as you start reading through, you start seeing signs of things that give you pause. There are sections in there that almost very accurately describe him performing like super feats of athleticism. That actually, no, that isn't just like the spirits being on his side. That sounds like a spell to you. So he's clearly very martially adept, but you can see definite like usage of what might have been primitive versions of some of the spells you know today. So there's never any indication of incantations or of or anything similar. Then you spot something though, something particularly interesting. The king, King Ivar the Mad, was also sometimes referred to as the Devil of the North because of his two elongated horns, seemingly made of stone, jutting from his head.
Ah.
Okay.
This
You want to give that detail to Vicus?
seems
I
familiar.
mean, yeah.
Some kind of battle psyker, you would probably
Yeah.
like warrior psyker.
A pretty powerful one at that.
Vicus would definitely confirm that as a powerful 2 horns of that. Well, I guess,
And
always exaggerated, but
you went back in
still.
the tomb. You actually saw his helmet, and the horns in those helmet was quite huge.
Yeah.
Which, if that was to house his actual horns, then oh my!
Damn, I need a horn helmet.
Huh.
Or like a horn mouth or something.
Comparatively.
Well, all right. So she took the heart of
A
quite
very
the powerful.
powerful,
Yeah.
very powerful
individual.
psycho berserker guy. Yeah.
She has also done other odd magical acts that we have been able to track down, so she's certainly active in the region. And whatever she's doing, it is troubling us, and we want to at least catch her to find out what the heck is going on. And then, if needed, kill her. To stop her from doing whatever she's planning of doing.
Well,
He sighs. Looking over. She has not been easy to track down, unfortunately.
I imagine if she was easy to track down, the Inquisition would have done so.
Perhaps. We do have one lead, then, though, and I think it also involves you and your fair town, Mayor Rochelle. Yeah.
Her expression becomes much more guarded suddenly.
He rummages around in his pack and shows her the notes they retrieved from Lady Mizara, and says, "These are documentations of a individual known as Lady Mizara. She is known locally here as something of a big spender who doesn't really pay her bills in a timely fashion. She is of noble birth with a quite pronounced scar over her face. She seems to be involved in, well, at least she has been seen together with the Blood Witch, and at the same time, she has a lot of curious papers in her rooms. These seems to me and to us to be financial records or copies thereof or notations of transactions and some such. And we were hoping, since this directly influences your town, Mayor Rochelle, that you perhaps could lend your business acumen and trained trader's eye to give us an estimate and analysis of these documents.
She's definitely spying.
She looks up. She takes the papers and starts looking through them. Her eyes growing, her eyes curious, then worried, then angry, then surprised, then angry again. And she starts reading through them.
Oh no.
Hmm.
You see her almost cursing under her breath as she starts looking at some of these, especially at some of the documentation where like Lady Mazara is like uncovered like what's clearly like criminal activity going on.
Yeah.
At the same time, the anger starts just kind of seeping into this enthusiastic, almost predatory grin for a moment as she sees a whole bunch of targets she can go after.
Yep.
You may have done the underworld a great disservice. To Vickers' loss, perhaps.
Perhaps, but you know, underworld is something that if you get caught by a foreign spy who's like not good with her money, then I think you deserve to be caught out. Honestly.
Need a better class of criminal in this
Yeah,
country.
you need a better class girl, and maybe it's a lesson learned. Also, maybe mention to her about her benefactor, if she knows.
Sure, sure. We will notice that Lady Mizara seemingly have a financial backer for all of this, although we are not exactly sure what she is doing here, of all places.
Now,
Marco
I
Laboratory.
have questions now, and a lot of them. Right. Indeed, it looks like she has been sticking her nose in all sorts of businesses. Especially looking at those with external activity. Traders who come in and out, lots of contact with outside the town. For one reason or another. Like I can see here, she has rampaged through several taverns, but they're all ones which the mercenaries or that travelers seem to go into. She's not touched any of the free in the centre that only the locals use. I mean, they are only small watering holes, but still interesting. Regardless, though, she is most definitely spying beyond what she should be here, by any means. And I cannot allow a foreign spy to be in my town here.
Yeah, Miss Forsyth, what would you guess that her overarching goal is, given all of this?
I would need more time to be 100% sure, but it looks like to me that she's been looking for something or someone. A specific individual, perhaps, she's trying in the underworld, she's trying to track down a specific business venture. Something like that. She's clearly got her eyes on a target, as it looks like she investigates into something until she gets just enough information to confirm something and then moves on. She isn't going deeper.
Right.
Well, if we did observe earlier that you seem to have the ability to quickly copy contracts and other documentations. If that is some sort of sorcerer skill or similar, perhaps you could copy these documents for us. We have performed some light larceny to get hold of these, and we would like to return them if possible, so she doesn't realize that they are missing.
Fortunately, if I was to make a copy of them, it would employ my signet ring on both, which would be less than ideal.
He nods. Very well. Then we shall simply have to try to retain as much knowledge as possible, or simply keep them. She has a room at the top floor of the Blue Boar Inn. She doesn't seem to frequent it too much. Our other two associates are currently staking it out to make sure that if she comes back, we will be able to apprehend her.
Benefactor. Is it this one here? He starts tapping on some of the blue board papers of the name Marco Alatori.
Yes.
Marco. Interesting.
Vicus will, if you're relaying, Vicus will offer some descriptive details based on the bartender, like dark hair. Not much else though.
Gridanian noble. He came here. He's been here. His family's been here for some time, even though they're foreign blood. Branch family, to my understanding, of an actual important house. So he's no one too particularly special. He came here a while back and set up a spa for the suited entirely for the nobility who were getting tired of the cold. I believe he called it Oasis.
Blinks. I see.
Apparently he too was getting sick of the eternal cold up here. Though why he didn't just leave, I can't fathom. He certainly had the money for it. Regardless, it's been good. It earns us a lot of tax revenue, so I'm not particularly upset by it. It turns out nobles pay a lot of money for a good spa treatment. She shrugs, like clearly, like she's not that interested in it, but you know, business. That said, if he's backing her this much, and I have heard of him being a bit of a ladies' man, it's entirely possible that she's there.
Yes, I suppose we should have a little visit to the spa.
I can't think of any reason that Mr. Alatori would be spying, but it's entirely possible that he's supporting her just out of his own libido.
Nods. Yes, it wouldn't be first time for a rich nobleman to have an expensive mistress.
He just has some fancy dresses, so probably
And
just
4
like,
rapiers.
you know, she's a busy woman.
Clearly.
He's
Before-
really into swashbucklers.
Yeah, Vicus reminds the two of his plan to possibly run into her at the planned, probably illegal pit fight at Brunson's establishment. So if the mayor does want to make a move on these businesses, perhaps wait until that so that we have a lead to move on.
Right. I mean, you know, give us basically, I might as well tell the mayor to give them a couple of days of investigation here before she starts kicking over the hornet's nest to root all of this out. I'm sure the underworld is not going anywhere.
It would take me a few days to get everything in position regardless, but hornets will be disturbed. I do not take to wanton crime in my town.
Oh, of course.
As-
Admirable, I'd say.
I know it's going on here. Just tracking it down is not always the easiest. People tend to hide from the authorities. They won't
Hide from us.
High on the law. Slams fist on the table.
Basically.
Getting this much information. And she's only been here for a few months. It worries me.
Yep.
This is definitely directed function for her. Like someone has told her to do this. Like this is not just like, oh, passive observation of like the underground. Like she's been tasked to do this or somehow come upon herself to do it for a specific reason. She's determined to find out what she needs to find out. We need to go get her.
Yes. Yes, I believe we do. Let's see. Do we have anything else to ask?
Let me think. Is there anything else in the like? Because let's say we go to the spa today, or whatever, or tomorrow perhaps. We might have some time because if it fights in 2 days, is there anything else in the town that she needs help with specifically, like of the nature that only a third party would be able to solve?
Not of such. Goblin Creek is an eternal issue, but given everything else at the moment, perhaps not the highest priority.
That's fair.
The goblins seem to play like rabbits anyway.
Then
I do have one question before we go. If Renarin will calm down. The
That's fine.
mana crystal, or like the lady that we're sort of hunting at this point, she had to use some magic to secure her rooms. So, is there anywhere that she can procure mana crystals, or is she getting this somewhere else?
Yeah, what's her supply line basically?
Many individuals here capable of trading in them. The church usually strongly disapproves of traders of mana crystals and tightly controls it.
The church isn't here.
They're not here now, but they have been up until late. Though, to my understanding, she hasn't gone through any formal channels to procure any mana crystals. That said, with this much black market dirt, who knows where she got it?
Makes sense, I guess.
She's clearly not someone who always goes above board. Even for myself, it is difficult to obtain crystals without, well, you really need connections to the local, you really need strong noble connections to the south to really get them most of the time, or strong church connections.
Yeah, that's fair.
And she should have neither. It's the same as I do.
all right.
Still, this has been enlightening for both of us, I think.
And he agrees. Yes, I think this has been rather fruitful. Now, I think we should prepare to visit a spa. Do you know if the spa has any defenses of any kind? He smiles slightly.
They have guards around there to protect their noble patrons, but it's mostly just to keep the common folk out.
Yes. Yes, if it's one thing we are not, it's common.
Said though, they may not take too kindly on some of you going there. More notably, your companions who currently aren't here don't generally have the best. They won't really blend into a noble nation.
Vickers confirms that. He like gives a brief description of their being in the in here hasn't really helped either.
Yeah. I mean, there's fancy dresses. Ceres can be a noble Lady Ceres, who's just absolutely, absolutely tired of this dreadful cold, and simply must have a manicure and a mud bath, right?
You know, easily done, man. Easily done.
Yeah,
They even have a pseudo name ready.
that's right. And with her two manservants, Vikas and Zed.
Manservants.
Seth could acquire like noble Loknin, specifically like high-standing elven saints.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
mean, Zed can certainly clean up, but unfortunately, Vickers is just like, just look at him. So
Yeah,
there's not much you can do with that.
He's a mess.
So are you.
A more regal sort of mess.
A
Yeah,
regal
yeah.
mess.
Think of sort of a, Prince Charles, a sort of regal mess,
Oh, the
Oh
entitlement.
my!
I say.
As you're meant to be having this conversation and enjoying, and Ceres is enjoying another glass of wine.
Yeah.
Your meeting is suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. As you see Mayor Rochelle go over to answer it. seemingly a young man. You're not sure exactly how old. Oh, kind of 12, 13, you're guessing Rochelle's kid, probably? Maybe?
Oh, she's a
Oh.
mother. I didn't know. Wait, did you have a husband?
Scandalous.
You haven't heard of her?
Is it a bastard child?
It's a bastard child.
Sarah's faints immediately in the chair. Good heavens!
How dare!
But it appears her son seems to kind of just briefly speak through. How high is your perception scores?
Let's find out.
I mean, you can,
Shall we?
you can roll to eavesdrop if you would like to.
See here.
I just like the image of Sarah's like basically having like tilting her head up in like a noble way, but also like having her ear closer to the conversation.
Not very subtle. Let's see. Skills. It is wisdom based and it is perception. Oh,
Oh Lord.
it's a dumb, like just. I don't know.
Nothing but like Vickers is breathing.
I don't know why you have to transmit that, Vickers. It's really not necessary to hear
Oh,
your
sorry.
breathing possibly.
When he's not paying attention, some bits can leak through, just like you do to him. So,
Well, how does
but
17
notably, Sarah doesn't hear that though for some reason.
No,
so-
she just knows how to block it out by now. She's just
Yeah.
used to his like mouth breathing.
There's a background noise filter on her
Yeah.
mental. You have magic. I guess you could do that.
What you briefly overhear roughly kind of goes as follows. Mother, the emissary from Shatshield holds here for you. Something about those goblins again? He seems upset. Mary Rochelle kind of tilts her head slightly and kind of rubs her temples. Thank you, Ark. Look, why don't you... Can you go see what the cook's up to? See if he can make some of that disgusting pie the dwarf likes.
Wow.
Wow.
And
Jeez.
with that, the boy leaves.
She's judgmental. I like her.
Of course you do. Yeah.
Disgusting pie. Well,
Rochelle comes back over with a disappointed look on her face. It looks like I've got another appointment here.
Jonas nods and starts to get up, and he says, "Well, it has been a fruitful meeting, Mayor Rochelle. We will keep investigating and report back to you if we manage to apprehend Lady Mizara. And we are, we are done with her usefulness. I assume you would like her turned over to you."
I can't allow for espionage in my grounds. I'm going to have to check. I'm going to have to check through the city's legislation. What is the appropriate punishment for espionage?
He smiles and says, "I'm sure you will find something suitable. We shall be off then. And once we are done with this whole business, maybe the city of Anterheim and its competent and generous mayor would like to pay some skilled adventurers to look into that goblin threat, yes?" He sort of gives a crooked smile at her.
The future business.
Yeah, he drains his glass and yeah, I might as well wait for Ceres to join him, and then I suggest we leave.
Yeah, I think we should use the dwarf knowledge elsewhere, not right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we can
There's
speak to them separately.
There's a dwarf that likes a disgusting pie. Mental note.
And I speak dwarfish, so
Oh, nice.
And is rather upset with the goblins cutting off trade connections.
Yeah. Wait, why have you associated yourself with such a coarse language?
because they're really good at making jewelry.
Ah. Okay.
Oh,
You're
yes.
willing to put up with that, I see.
Yeah, so I had to put up with it during like the courtly years because you couldn't just
Wow.
show up to the ball wearing
So
a necklace that you wore last season. That would just be preposterous.
Ah, yeah. Okay, makes sense.
I feel like dwarven jewelry is very square, and there's a lot of gold in it. It's very bling, you know.
Not if you
Very
ask
well
them to
made,
do it
though.
nicely. If you
Yeah, it's
do,
very well made.
if you ask them to do something specific, they'll do it. Especially if
like
you
the-
pay them enough out of the royal coffers.
I
Oh,
like,
what? What was that last part?
and moving on as the king and Seraph return back bickering to the tavern.
A lot of red faces, it seems, as they come into the the tavern.
You see Vickers and Zed playing cards for fun instead of for keeps.
They hear
Yeah.
things like, "It was called the Heart of the Mountain. It was 250 carats." They're like, "Oh my god, it's cost a goddamn fortune."
So it begs the question. We didn't notice like anyone come in that could be her. I think
You saw people arrive, but you saw no one that matched Lady Mazara's description.
Gotcha.
In fairness, the
Okay.
giant scar across the cheek makes her quite easy to identify.
Yeah.
And generally,
But,
if
yeah.
anyone came in with like really cloaked and really hooded and didn't show their face at all, that would have been pretty suspicious.
Yes, especially if they went upstairs. You're like, I wonder who that could be.
Although,
Yeah.
Most of the people who do come in are nobles who come in and then have their manservant or one of the waiters remove their coat for them.
Yeah. Well, I guess dinner time, right?
Yes. What
Boring.
Vickers has been waiting for? Wait,
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
But
sorry, what I was going to say is Disguise Self is a rather low level spell.
Yeah. But did you ask a question?
But
Did
in
you
that
ask?
that's the case, any number of people could be her.
Did you ask me a question, Dark, before this, or were you
No.
just commenting? Oh,
Just
okay.
commenting.
Cool.
How is Vickers and Zed feeling with all this new information?
I mean, it's nice to get information from someone who's, she's not top brass in the hierarchy of the region. However, like she knows a lot. So it's nice to get something confirmed. It's also nice to get some things clarified from her perspective. The spa lead is really good. I mean, I wasn't really confident on waiting for it to show up, so actually going to the source of her benefactor and seeing if she's hanging around him, that's a great idea. So he's all for that idea. It's sad that we couldn't get the documents copied. So I think at this stage of the game, I think it's best that we just keep them. No point putting them back.
Didn't them like Mayor took them?
I don't know. Did she?
We'll have to check with both Ceres and Amanos if they would have let her keep them or not.
Yeah, Jonas is not here at the moment, but I'll ask him when he gets back.
Good question,
Okay,
though.
he's in the bathroom.
As was said, like, yeah, new information. But tell me about that history of things. The
Yeah.
book.
And at the same time, apparently the person the witch went after was a powerful psycho.
Yeah. Oh
there's a
yeah.
pro-
Actually.
problem
Yeah.
there. Also, Seth has like small dread feeling that he has to put on like Vangelope clothing for like the spa. He used to do it for his wife, but he doesn't like it.
Oh. Down.
I mean, what I'm hearing is tomorrow first thing is time to go to a tailor's.
Yes,
Yeah.
it needs to be a custom sage low clothing for druids of his tribe.
I wonder if they do like a horn like buffeting service at the spa or something.
I mean, it's a noble spa. They probably do a lot.
Yeah.
And plus, hey, because it's missing a lot of hit dice, they could probably do the spa treatment.
That's true actually. Although, are we going straight away? Or are we waiting, having a rest? Actually, is a question.
I would
Probably
like
best
to have.
we'll find out when the group comes back.
I
I mean,
would.
we have to eat the pork, like you know.
Yeah, I would
Yes,
say
true.
that we we
But if you go
have.
this evening or do you go tomorrow morning?
I would say we go tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I would also.
So-
I'm gonna grab some food because all this, our snack, all the stalker boars, and snackers. Good,
He's saying
but
that.
I would give it tomorrow as a thing to do.
I guess with this information, I said does head to Taylor right away, just in case if it's needed. Like he gives the Taylor very specific things that he needs because he needs to be dressed very specific way. So how much that will get him back? Because no normal clothes is like a 25 gold.
You're also expediting the order, right? So
Yeah.
because you're trying to get it for the day before, and if you want it tailored and everything, that's. I know if I went to a tailor, like here, and said, "Hey, I need my suit to my measurements by the morning," you'd probably slap me.
And certainly these ones would not be able to do something perfectly tailor-made in that time.
If nothing else, he needs at
But
least.
they could make you something at least like off the shelf, noble.
Yeah.
Off
nothing
the
else, like-
rack? Yeah.
No, like he doesn't care much, but what he needs is the cape, because that will tell the most information about him.
He needs a cape.
Yeah, like the sage cape, like a what it is, like a. Oh, I don't
Like
get the word.
a robe.
Yeah, like almost like a robe.
All right, a fancy sage robe.
As in, like, the full body thing, like, it covers your front and all the way
I
around
mean
you.
that
Sort of
also works. Yeah.
I googled fancy sage robe. Let me
Oh,
let me show
no.
you. Let me show you what the first thing that pops up. Like what the
I
heck?
don't like what comes from this.
No. Why?
On the topic of the paperwork that you were showing Mayor Rochelle, are you letting Mayor Rochelle keep some of that paper? Are you letting Mayor Rochelle keep that paperwork, or are you taking it back?
Jonas, this is a question for you, man.
Jonas, there's a question for you.
We keep it. Might as well. At this stage, you know, we need to get her.
Also,
Right,
that
but the question is, if we keep it, do we give it to the mayor or keep it ourselves?
Do we need it for anything in particular?
No, I don't think so.
The mayor having it means she can crack down much harder on the crime of the area.
Sure. I think we can give it to the mayor. It'll ingratiate herself to us and further like push her, you know, towards.
totally agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
Having Googled a bit more, I found what I consider to be a fancy sage robe.
Also, that is a fancy robe that is the color of sage.
I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something like that, but it will have.
That is fancy.
Yeah. It will have two specific things. One is
Okay.
the mark of his tribe. One is the mark. Actually, three specific things: mark of his tribe, mark of his status, and mark of his belief, which is the wild mother.
Oh.
Do these marks have any particular like symbol? Do you have an emblem or something?
Yes, there is actually emblem for all of them.
Oh my god, he's gonna bust it out.
Well, actually, not for the tribe, but there is a name for it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So for the tribe, there is a peak made of like stone texture because he comes from the stone, and it is the peak of an owl. He comes
Alright.
from the owl stone peak tribe.
Hmm.
He's a sage, so he's like druidic sage. So it's like a druidic symbol, and like a sage symbol.
Alright.
And then the symbol of the wild mother is a. Just quickly Google it. Because there is actually a very basic symbol for that. It is a. Symbol is a wooden relief with the carved idols hidden overgrown. Yeah, it is like a wooden relief, like a stick which has like a
Okay.
Just quickly like copy the image, actually the symbol in the chat. No, not that.
Cool.
There we go. Symbol of the White Mother.
Ooh.
So
Cool.
those all things are on his back in that order. And like,
Well, just gonna
how
say,
much does it go me back?
the issue is more the fact of time.
Yeah.
Like, the best they could do, if you're wanting this ridiculously short notice, would be like grabbing some grey priest robes and like slapping your symbols on them.
Ew.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine for him.
Maybe make you like a full fancy silken robe
No, he doesn't expect.
in only a few hours, because that's practically what they're gonna have.
I suppose you're a druid, right? It's like you want like earthy colors, or you want like made of leaves or something, perhaps.
That's for like very specific things. Like this is just to look fancy.
Sure.
Yeah. Speaking of fancy
If you
clothes.
want to dye and use some like priest robes green and then putting the symbols on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. The clothing itself is like 15 gold. So how much the other cost is?
It's for like embroidery and everything.
Yeah.
In this case, given you're just going for like basically going for like the cheapest way of doing it possible.
Quickest way of doing it is possible.
What's that?
Quickest way of doing it, like
Okay.
because I need most likely tomorrow.
Speed.
I mean, cheap equals speed.
Yeah.
If you pay double, you can get it. You can get it done. You can get it done before midday tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Vicus quietly takes Sarah's aside and basically asks her for some tips on how to dress himself to at least appeal to the higher nobility and not look like a disaster.
Time to advise him on servant uniforms.
Makeover! Yeah,
Mhm,
definitely. We could do
Alright.
that, man. Seraph can do that.
Anything custom tailored, you can do similar, paying double price.
I don't think I need anything custom.
Nah.
Whatever they have that fits.
Yeah.
This is his motto.
Just-
So
Just find a dress shirt that's about right, and
Yeah, pretty much.
basically, yeah, he'll pay the 15 gold for the clothes, but he's not. He doesn't want any custom. He's like, if this fits, good. Like,
kind of fits. It's not well,
yeah,
it roughly
it's fine.
fits-ish.
It's good enough.
Good enough.
Teams of common are trying too hard.
Yeah, that's all my money personally, but I think it's a good cause, so let's do it. All right, satisfying clothes.
This does bring up an interesting question, though. You are going to a noble spa.
Yeah.
This is not the kind of place they typically like people bringing mass amounts of weapons.
Well, Vicus is fine. He can leave his weapons behind.
I mean, that's
so
that's honestly too bad for them.
That is fine. Like
Are you
I
going to
can
try
make
and
it
pose yourself like a bodyguard? Or
If someone makes a move to try to grab any of his weapons, he will glare at them with a murderous look
I think
until they back off.
I think
That's
in
my
that case,
strategy.
I'm gonna have to we're probably gonna have to play you off as a guard,
That's fine.
which we can totally do. That's no problem there.
I have no weapons, so I can be a servant for sure. Like, I don't have anything on me.
He's
All right.
putting the full Gandalf. I wouldn't part an old man from his walking stick, would you?
Okay.
No.
So what I see here is a noble lady, her noble friend, the bodyguard to the noble lady, and the servant to her, because I presume she's going to be doing a lot of the talking here. Yeah, I think that can work.
All right.
All right. Wunderbar.
You
That's the plan.
make your emergency purchases in the evening to get these disguises ready.
Yep.
As the group gets to return back then to the Blue Boar Inn to enjoy their dinner.
Yes.
As you enter in at around dinner time, the smell is amazing. It is the succulent smell of boar in the air just fills the entire place. And it is a glory to behold when it comes out, as you see two servants bringing it out. This huge platter with just fully cooked boar. That's all been honey glazed over, and like this thing could feed triple your group.
Excellent.
All right.
There is a fine blueberry like sauce on the side.
Yes.
Blueberry and apple sauce.
The blue boar.
Yep.
Probably, yeah.
And to be honest, like there are also side dishes that come out with this. You don't think you're going to get for a fraction of this food.
Well, now it's time, as the famous Chancellor Bismarck said, "Eat when you're hungry. Every idiot can do that, but eat when you're full. Well, that requires some goddamn character." So, let's get into this.
Vickers needs to fit into these clothes tomorrow, so
Yeah, we need to that emergency ad extra.
that's not exactly how it works, but yeah.
Oh.
Certainly brings Vickers back a few years. I don't think he's had a meal like this since the Empire fell.
How in particular does the king feel? It's been a long time since he's had anything opulent like this.
Well, he is conflicted because opulence was the road to his damnation, so to speak. He doesn't begrudge his companions some feasting here, because goodness knows that they have been through thin and thick with him, and they have lived off fairly meager offerings for a long time. So he's happy to sort of have them go at it. For himself, he will, it's a conflict. He also likes good food and drink. I mean, he still does, but he wants to keep in control. He will keep to non-alcoholic beverages, and as it comes to the boar, he will cut out like the choicest parts. So he will get some really, really good boar, but also he will not like just stuff himself silly and become, fall for gluttony again. So,
Quality, basically.
quality over quantity is his approach here. Eat enough that he feels like he is happy and sustained, but he will not like explode.
It seems one of the inn servants has basically been assigned to your table to take to everyone during this and also help carve up the boar for you.
Oh boy, yes.
As you are, it's a noble establishment. They can't expect the nobles to carve up the boar.
Seth has a question both for the king and the servant. Is it fine for a spirit to also eat? Because he's planning to eat the skull for the spider. For the spider's continued sacrifice of saving the people.
I thought druids were
we
typically vegetarian.
I don't know if we should summon the fiendish spider in the middle of the.
Maybe he can like take it into his room or our
Perhaps
room.
take leftovers away from the end.
Yes, but he will summon the fiendish giant spider to eat part of the skull of the boar.
Wait, does it need to eat if you can just summon it out of a different plane?
No, it is a matter of pleasing the spirits. Now you listen here, young elf.
In fact, that spider has died like 4 times checking for traps and like enemies for you.
Yes, spider needs to be appeased.
The spider back in the spirit realm. The spider is sitting next, at the like lunch break table with the fox spirit, and they're like swapping stores. They're like, oh yeah, fuck, oh man, the stuff I died to.
But then suddenly just a giant boar starts being shoved into the portal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, here comes Bob the boar. I mean, I like the idea of appeasing the spirit with some awesomely cooked boar and blueberry sauce. So
Yeah, reminds me of like the Greek sacrifices. Put a piece of your food in the dinner, piece of gods. So.
Yeah, maybe just do the whole spirit summoning like behind closed doors and not near
Yeah,
the
maybe in the room.
populace that are typically scared of magic in the first place.
Yeah.
Refer the head of the boar for my friend in the other room. Thank you.
Your friend in the other room. It's like, what the heck?
Like, it is a medium-sized creature. It is as big as a human. Like, it's a massive spider.
Yeah, that's definitely not cause of panic at all. No
Yeah,
problem.
definitely not. No, not even mildly.
Open the door, you just see the huge spider inside. You're like,
Honestly, the nobles were like, those two over there look worse than the spider. So I mean, this is fine.
Of course, reminding is a boar. A full boar is also a medium-sized creature.
Oh man, yeah. Spirit boar. You have killed me.
why?
Maybe we had to look close those.
Maybe so.
I like the idea. Well, sure, we'll give the head to the ginormous death spider that lives in your room. Why not?
The creature by his fiendish.
That's
It's a
right.
man-eater.
As the group can enjoy a glorious meal, and any of you who are lacking it gain inspiration.
Yay!
Nice.
Yay.
Damn, I should use mine more. Figuring I have it.
Well,
You are inspired by the power of Blue Boar.
Yeah.
I am. Blue boar is much nicer than blue horse. Blue horse was a dick.
Yes, Blue Horse with a dick. Blue Boar is delicious.
Oh yeah.
Remind me, Dark. You can like use your inspiration for others, right? As well,
I don't know.
or is it just personal?
Yeah, you can. There's, I think it's in D&D Beyond. You can actually click on the wording inspiration, and I believe you can expend it. It might just be you. Yeah.
You expend it yourself. Or attack roll, save, and throw ability check from advantage. If you have inspiration, you can reward another player for good role playing, clever thinking. You can give up yours to give it to someone else as a reward, but you can't use it. For
Can't
someone
use it
else's
for
role.
someone else.
Yeah, you just give it to them.
Yeah, you can pass it around. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think the plan was having like we go to the spa in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah, because we need the gear to be ready like midday at
Well,
least.
yeah, it'll be somewhere around midday. You'll be arriving since you have to get your stuff.
All right. And a nice relaxing night at the blue boar then.
Yes.
Mm.
And the night goes completely without issues.
All right.
And I mean, how could you argue this is also the nicest bed you've been in a long time? You're in noble accommodations basically. So.
Gosh, yeah.
And as well reflect look at the bed with some suspicion, being like, is it all right for me to do this? Like given my vows and given everything, and then he'll lay down and be like,
Like immediately passes out.
It's probably the most odd for Zed, who probably has never stayed in like a noble bedroom.
It's true.
I mean, he might have stayed like when he has to be somewhere. Most likely not often.
Yeah, true. Like back in the old quarterly meetings where they're really, really, really long, you probably have like
Yeah.
a room to yourself to like have to stay in for short notice.
But it probably wasn't this. It probably wasn't like actual noble nice. It was probably just
A
it
bed.
was nice, but not this nice.
Yeah.
I mean, nobles. Who cares?
Still, the next morning you all wake up very refreshed. Feel free to give yourself a long rest.
Yay.
My goodness.
I'll take a long rest then.
I mean, assuming you want a long rest, you don't have
Yes.
to.
Take a long rest.
Oh, get all my sorcerer points back. And a couple spells.
Get all my psionic die back. Which will be good if we need to do a lot of checks later.
And so the group's plan is just relax a little bit for the first bit of the morning, and then when you hear that your tailoring is ready, head out.
Yes, and when we head out, Vicus will re-up his psychic link, which thankfully every long rest afterwards the first use is free, which is great. They should do that more often with 5e features. So let's see, 6 hours. All right. Basically the rest of the day. Doesn't have to worry about it. The king and Sarah's can get it because they'll be probably the most front-facing characters here. I can't wait till my proficiency goes up and I just have the full party and not have to worry about it.
Next level, man. Next level.
I mean, at that point you'll be then fussing that you can't have your favorite NPC contacts in there as well.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's fine. I'd rather the party.
I will change Animal Medicine to Lesser Restoration. No, that changes turning spells.
Alright.
But yes, this morning there is a bit of chill out, but that's nothing too unusual. It's not actively snowing, which is a nice change. And the group is able to get themselves all tailored and finally dressed and head towards the more affluent part of the town, where the roads go from being buried in snow to actually being surprisingly clear. Like, sign there was snow here, but clearly someone has, like, they've clearly had servants go out of their way to clear some of the snow off to the sides. So they've got a nice clean footpath.
Yeah.
And up ahead, you can see the small establishment known as Oasis, which already, by the sounds of it, has people inside getting away from the cold. I'm opening a battle map.
Ooh. Wait, battle map? No!
We're charging the spa.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's potential things can go wrong here, so.
It's true. I don't think
That's
I've
pretty good.
attacked a spa before.
I have.
Oh.
Okay.
What?
It would be a rather different D&D experience, I have to be honest.
every weekend, Isakawa attacks a spa.
No.
So in,
On another D&D campaign, I had a turtle barbarian, and there was a evil cult under the spa, so I attacked the spa.
Turtle barbarian, you say?
Yeah, it was fucking great.
I imagine, yeah.
Beautifully well-kept plants and shrubbery kind of line the outside of the buildings. The entire spa seems to be walled all around. There's no way into the back from here, from the outside. But it sits proudly upon one of the noble streets. Just across from it appears to be a small restaurant. You're very much in the place where the nobles come to spend their coin in the town.
Okay.
Hmm.
So wait, in terms of weapons here, so Amnus obviously has his Ceres. I mean, you are a weapon, so you're fine. Vicus has any weapons, and Zed.
The question is is Zed going in armed or trying to go in armed? I should say.
Yeah.
He will be unarmed.
Okay.
You're just relying on your spellcraft.
Let's just cut off your arms and then we can get going.
No. Like he doesn't have any like a armor shield or weapon.
I'll get the
No,
sword.
I know. I was just making a joke. It's okay.
I mean,
In that case, who's going to present themselves as they walk up?
I think I will, yeah. I mean, I guess Ceres is going to play it as she expects to be allowed in. So she, I suppose, will literally just walk up and go to enter the establishment.
Yeah, I think Vicus would be like at the back, trailing behind, because doesn't want to be seen next to the noble lady.
Zed will be next to Ceres.
The guards will take assessments of the group as you all start approaching up. Ceres, could you give me a persuasion, either persuasion or intimidation, as you try to as you just approach the guards?
Yeah, sure.
How much your presence? How much you managed to get that presence? I mean, you are a fairly noble person yourself. There's not really deception here.
Ooh.
Double 80?
That's fine.
You're beautiful.
The guards don't seem to have any immediate questions seeing you head up as one of them kind of like nods their head and like lowers their kind of tips their helmet a little bit. Welcome to the Glamored Oasis.
Vickers will
As
basically
they push the door open behind them.
Vickers will rush to lift up her dress as she goes up the stairs.
Nice.
Wouldn't want to get that dirty, of course.
Oh no, there's anime in here.
There's not much of it. Don't worry. That's
Agnes runs away screaming in terror.
some things are distinctly harder to find. Some areas of my art folder were distinctly running low.
That's fine. I just yeah, likely amusing to me.
I don't listen to that old man in the corner. No.
Yeah, grumble, grumble.
As you approach inside, you're immediately greeted by this wonderful lobby. And one thing that really strikes you as you enter, this overwhelming warmth compared to the cold outside. As you step across the threshold, it's like night and day, going from cold to this is really comfortable. Like unnaturally comfortable in here. Huh.
Wait, how can something be unnaturally uncomfortable?
It's comfortable, but it's more the fact of the transition is unnatural.
Yeah, okay, I see that.
The air here was just being kept just perfect temperature.
It's like going from like bitter winter into like your really hot apartment. Like presumably so hot that like you could go around like not dressed, sort of hot.
But yeah, as you enter inside, into a rather beautifully decorated lobby with a few paintings, this kind of gorgeous like angel-like statue, which is scantily dressed, but still, it's nice. Some nice plants, and you see a servant girl and what appears to be a young boy, both behind the receptionist counter, seemingly who both give you like a really bright smile as you enter, and both seem to bow to you. Welcome to the Glamored Oasis.
Ceres is going to go with the haughty approach here.
So she slaps the attendant across the face immediately.
No, I think she's going to act as if they are meant to know exactly what she wants.
Like just stand there looking imperious.
Just like, well.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Until Vicus has to like huddle forward, and it's like,
yes.
milady wishes the usual. Yes.
All right. Well, he was gonna do that, but I guess it's been done for him. So yes.
Sorry.
Treat the receptionist here aside, and then whisper that his dear mistress would like to avail of the spa services as per usual.
May I take her ladyship's name?
We'll use her pseudonym.
What is it again?
It's in the label. It's Lady Neria Lothario.
Lady Neria Lothario. He kind of does a little bow in her direction.
We are happy to have you here, Lady Lothario. Very well. You wish for the standard package? Yes, that can be arranged.
There's nothing standard about Lady Lothariel, peasant.
Gosh.
She's slightly taken aback for a moment and just gives like a really apologetic bow.
I think
You actually say that.
I
Oh my
think
God.
Ceres for a moment is like taken aback, but then like looks to her bodyguard and like nods in improvement, but doesn't speak still.
Vicus is like, tone it down, man. The fuck, we're gonna get a cover blown.
Just as like not.
This is improving our cover.
It is.
Making a scene. Let's
Pretty clearly noble now.
Yeah, come on, man.
Do you have does the ladyship have preference to which kind of individuals attend her?
Ooh.
No, they are equally as I'm trying to think of the word. I swear I know English. They are equally as competent as each other.
Understood, my lady. If you may. As she looks to the young servant at the side. Please take her. Please direct the ladyship to the free table in the main room. And please ensure that she is comfortable. He really quickly nods and scaredly looks at Ceres and the bodyguard.
Yeah, so where do we go? Like, while we wait?
You come with me, you fool.
Oh, sorry.
You need to keep raising the lady's skirt up as she moves over, like,
Obviously.
you know.
It's like a
you
lip
stop
of the
above his
door.
head at this
Yeah.
point.
Kind of dust.
I wore the extra long train today.
That's true.
No.
Jesus.
Extra
Like, your
long.
red carpet for everyone to follow.
Like, Seth shakes his head and I'm speaking in Elvish. Jesus fucking God. God damn it, high elf.
Language. She'll like snap back.
He doesn't give you like a stare. Or, like a sigh.
And of course, she looked like her hair is like brightly coloured because she's in a good mood. So she took on the aspect of spring this morning as well.
Nice.
So she's quite cheerful as she's going into this.
Alright. Let's get you in there. Vicus will basically, like, he wants to speak, but he'll do it telepathically in Elvish and be like, this is a one-time thing.
I'm holding this over you forever. Because
The young servant kind of bows as deeply as he can go.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure just to be in your presence.
Oh, Jesus.
As he starts beckoning this way.
the thing is, right? So they're like trying to present this like image of being like pampering to the southern nobility, and like all of these are northern nobility, right?
Mhm.
So Ceres coming in is actually northern nobility, or like southern nobility, because she grew up in the south, not the north. So she's actually bringing like authenticity to these uncouth northerners.
Jeez.
I mean, she's also a high elf. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just she is old empire and just power. You know, that's what she is.
Mm-hmm.
Also, look at this. Look at this fucking Matrad Helga here.
Maitre D, man. Maitre D.
Matrad.
Maitre D.
My new hip hop name, Metro D.
It's the head waiter. That's what it is. It's French for
is it?
head waiter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the title of a head waiter.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Metro D Helga.
They're like the head waiter and seating people, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ooh la la.
Yeah. Ceres, of course, will have a choice of chair. The young servant will help pull it out for her.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I guess you like bump into Vicus, who's about to do the same thing. And then they like both look at each other, and Vicus will let him go first.
This is Ceres
He also is terrified of you, but he's not upset, you know.
You're
Because
like...
isn't
Go on.
no, because is entrusted with the dress, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'll like drape it so that it's
Yes.
not getting caught by the chairs or anything, and no one steps on it behind her
It
and
has,
trips up.
and it has a beautiful fall with all of its folds and stuff, like from where she's sitting. So it looks really nice. Yeah.
Oh, and you know what could be? Let's add to the pizzazz, shall we? Right.
Uh-huh.
So prestidigitation.
Yeah.
You can actually like you can give off like harmless sensory effects.
Hmm.
So I imagine like you can even create non-magical stuff for like a few seconds. I think as she like flows through this room, which takes just a couple of seconds, right? It almost looks through magical means that they're like petals falling from her spring visage.
Oh
Mm.
wow.
Mm.
They're like floating down her dress like a moving
Yeah,
pattern.
yeah. But then there's nothing on the ground, so it's mysterious and magical, extra fancy.
What eyes from the other nobles in the room?
Ah. Showing them up. Hey,
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
We're here
They're
to
like-
make a mark.
There are also like servant retainers for some of the other nobles in the room, but I'm not bothering to draw all of them.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm the best servant retainer right now.
Yeah. No arguments here, man.
All right. Well,
Your Radiance, is there anything I can get you, or shall I just bring the drinks around?
Oh, I like that title.
Yeah, you're radiant.
You're
huh?
radiant. That's a great
So-
title.
Someone
don't
is
get too
upgraded.
comfortable.
The young man is doing his best despite his like trepidation, especially with how intimidating Amnes was.
Doing his best, honestly.
He's doing his best. Look, he's fully dressed up. Like clearly they've like tailored like a full like suit for him. So
Oh,
Oh wow.
you know, Ceres will. She liked the your radiance so much. She'll turn to him and say, "Just the drinks."
he just kind of nods and bows again as he heads off to the kitchen.
Quickly
Alright.
like speak up in Elvis, and say simply, Lady Neria, it is an honor that you have pleased me with this location for our future discussions. Just like, and then he like looks like gazes around, see if anybody understands Elvish.
Make
Like a quick.
make a
yeah.
perception.
Hmm.
I mean, if not, we can always try change to celestial. I think only like the
I can
high
speak Celestial.
prestige. Okay.
Well, I think maybe the effect is that you want people to know you speak in Elvish, right? Because you're like,
Yeah, 70.
Yeah.
Mm,
because you're an elf. So
I mean, yeah. That's mystery. High elf as well, so it's like.
You get the sense that the just across from your table is a table with clearly two nobles at it. One of them is like a very pampered looking 16 or 17-year-old young noble girl. You definitely notice her head kind of quirk a little when she's speaking in Elven, just for a second, though she tries to hide it.
I bet she has a Valley Girl accent.
Oh,
She's an
no,
elf, though.
no. It's like West Country.
Okay, I don't know exactly what that is.
I couldn't imitate it for the life of me, but think like it's like the British equivalent to a Southern drawl. Like
Okay.
you know Hot Fuzz. You know Hot Fuzz.
Yes, I
That-
do know Hot
Those
Fuzz. Oh, okay.
accents, the accents
I
they take the
see,
piss
I
out of.
see.
That's the West
Yes.
Country. Yeah,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
Mm.
It's like
No
the
one else
Elvish
really-
equivalent.
Yeah, no one else in the room directly seems to, as far as I can see, like seem to take any like note of recognizing it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah,
possible they're
like-
just not showing it.
Does she have like any half elf tendencies? Like
Excuse me?
slightly pointed ears or something like that?
You cannot make out any such, though her rather long red hair could be concealing pointed ears, like you suppose. But
Yeah.
you don't see any elven traits.
So dark. Vicus is going to basically, under the pretense of fixing her dress, make a loop around and look southwards as he does so. Because this is an open area here, right?
It's an open archway, which despite it going to outside, you don't feel any cold coming in.
Now, what does he see?
Well, it's funny you say that.
Yeah.
You see two individuals on the other side. You see very quickly a very large man, like 7 and a bit foot tall.
Yep.
Sitting on a seat that's really not big enough for him. With just a
Yeah.
tankard and a very large great sword leaned up against the wall. And then next to her though, next to him, sorry, you see a elegantly dressed woman with short, dark brown hair and a large scar across her cheek. As well as outside, what appears to be a glistening rapier.
Listening, I see. Well, Vicus will basically send to the king and Ceres, be like, don't look around, but I believe we have found our lady in the next room. He'll describe her. Does she appear to be talking with him, or is she just like sitting around? Is she like wary, or is she just relaxed? What's her general like stance?
What's the appropriate skill for this? Insight?
Insight?
Insight.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm proficient, so insight would be
Wisdom.
All right. 20.
He looks alert but not defensive. Like she's keeping her eye out for someone.
Yeah.
But not in a defensive way. Like almost like how you guys were like looking for a quarry. Almost like she is as well.
Yeah. Does she notice us? Like, obviously our entrance caused a scene, but is she bothered by that, or does she spare us a second glance? Or has she even looked this way
She
yet?
thinks she's seen you enter, but otherwise dismissed you as not being like who she's looking for.
Important. All right, good. Vicus will do another swoop around and go back to sit down. Wait. Further instructions from the spa members, but this is good. So we have her here. Also, in a telepathic link to both, Vicus will mention that he's managed to smuggle in his manacles.
Oh, that's great.
So if we can get her or somehow distract her bodyguard, we can potentially get.
So here, what do you think of this plan? Maybe the lady Ceres or Lady Neria here will suddenly have, she'll have a case of the vapors or whatever noble ladies have, and simply have to take some fresh air out on the patio, which will prompt her and her trusty butler Vicus to head out there, with Zed to discuss things, while maybe Amenas, just stays in here a little bit to cut off any escape routes out of this place, and then we just get her
How will we get her? He has a bodyguard with her.
with violence.
Oh, really? Okay. I
With
mean, sure.
Does Ceres have like a charm spell or something?
Ooh,
Hold
No.
person.
No.
no, that's high level.
7-2.
I should have taken hold person.
Yeah,
God
but
damn it.
sorcerer, right? Not wizard, so
Right.
likely.
I mean, it's only second level spell, but I didn't take it actually. God damn it.
Just like blanket the spot in darkness, and we can grab her in it, right?
It's a cloud of darkness, and then it's just biff, baff, boff inside of it. And then
Basically, I mean, Ceres can see, so if Vicus slips her the manacles, you can slip it on her quite easily, right?
I think I'd still
Maybe.
have to hit her.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know how they work actually. I'd have to look that up in terms of like hitting someone with them. But
It might be a grapple check.
I think it's sleight of hand.
I mean, it depends if it's like a struggle or something like that.
There's nothing about putting them on, so I don't know how that works.
Yeah, but like if they're like fighting to get the manacles out, it might be like under like grapple. Like you
Yeah,
are
true
grappling the
enough.
people down and put in the manacles. It's like a one action.
I mean, she's right there. presumably that is her. Like it's not like weird magic going on, right? Can't sense anything.
You don't immediately sense anything.
Okay. I mean, honestly, the mayor was like, "Get her," so I think we're fine to use
Should we wait
force.
to see if her like targets come here, so we can get
Yeah, I kind of want to see who
Yeah.
her mark is.
See who she's
Alright.
looking for. So presumably, if she has a mark, it could be possible that she wants to harm them or something. So let's see if we can figure out who she's looking for, as you said. So let's play the part. But that plan's a good plan in case things need to go south quickly.
Huh. All right. I think we'll do the drinks, and
As I described in chat, there a large
Yeah.
tray of fine southern champagne,
Mm.
along with a menu of with fine calligraphy over it, including including a local absinthe, high elven wine, and dwarven
Oh.
rich brew.
Ooh, absinthe. Let's get crunk. This is,
are there any of the southern wines that like maybe Ceres remembers the vintage of?
Yeah.
There are some decent wines on there, yes. One particular one you remember is a Summerford wine that that's pretty good vintage. That's like 30 years old. Not bad for human standards.
Hmm. I think Ceres. I think what Ceres will do is she'll remark on it, and because we're bringing that southern nobility vibe with us, she'll remark on that it's a good vintage, but she will stick with the high elven wine.
Yeah, sets are also sort of sticking to the high elven wine. And
One of the servants will certainly take note of that and report that to the maitre d' to ensure that you only brought the finest of high elven wine. Then,
And she'll know, motherfuckers.
Yeah. I mean, Vickers won't partake. I mean, he's not allowed anyway. So
Obviously, no. You two are servants. You're on the clock.
Yep.
No getting sloshed on the clock.
Company time.
only one is timed as the poor servant. Fetch the wine. I'm timing you. And then you take up the watch.
one thing for Ceres finds is very particularly interesting. That is genuine high elven wine.
Nice.
I mean,
So,
I know
Given
who
the
I'm
high
going
elves
to
haven't been
contact.
trading a whole lot of the last,
Dong time.
ages.
so the dude who runs this is certainly has deep pockets.
He's deep pockets, a collection or connections. Something that starts with a K for sure.
You wish to stake out your quarry a bit.
Yeah, I think the idea is we just wait. Amanas can see well enough to anything that can like approaches the table or if she leaves. So does Vickers really, but Amanas doesn't have to turn around or anything.
Yeah.
And we just wait until whoever a mark shows up.
like set like gives like a one tap on because it's like knee when they sit like there, and like gives like a look for the girl, and then like continues like speaking in Elvish, like seemingly the backstory that set come over like because it's looking like some elven information, and
Yeah,
they like indeed here. So he like starts make like details of like I don't know about the cave, like yes, that's the kind of things. Like
yeah, Vickers will respond in kind. He knows Elvish, so he will reciprocate if spoken to. He would never speak out of turn, of course. But
no, like this is just to inform like there's somebody who can understand Elvish, so we can use that language. And then there's the backstory us for like we are making deal about information between elves.
Yeah. Why
we are talking
we're
about
here?
that.
Yeah. He nods. Smart thinking. Yeah, let's stake out basically. We have her pinpointed. And based on the information we have on her like magical prowess, doesn't seem like she's going to be easily able to escape here based on her notes. But she might have a few tricks on her sleeve, and she does have poison in her rapier, so be careful, I guess. Other
Your,
than
ti-
that,
your time here, though, for the most part, at least for the two nobles' point of views, it is rather luxurious, having various servants come in and out, delivering all manner of like fine sweetbreads and little cakes,
Oh.
your drinks, pampering you everything, and no one's giving even the slightest bit of backbone to either of you, and just trying to fulfill every request you give. Almost, it seemingly, no matter how ludicrous the request is. And you can definitely see the other nobles taking full advantage of that, where they're able to just request anything, even something that might require them to send a servant halfway across the city to get it and come back.
Jesus.
Not for being awful. Ablas just looks around, kind of revulsion, like in all of this, it's just so incredibly opulent.
Yeah.
He I wonder if we can ask around about Lady Mizara. I mean, she's been here a lot. Maybe some of the servants know anything?
Ooh, that might be dangerous for her right there.
Yeah.
But you might have an opportunity that opens up.
Yes.
There's a bit of some time passes though as you enjoy yourselves, while trying to keep a vigilant eye.
Actually,
Oh, yeah, go ahead. You are so you can move
the
around.
yeah, that scald bodyguard seems very out of place among all these nobles.
Well, that's the one she hired, right, with the invoice
Yeah.
from the mercenary group.
That's right.
In fairness, it doesn't look like most of them it doesn't look like most of them brought guards along. It seems like most of them are just relying on the fact there are guards already here.
This will get up. He will pass the matrod over there. He will make his way over to the desk.
You make your way towards the reception desk. Very well.
Yes.
You can also get a nice little view outside of the garden again.
Yes.
Which is beautifully blooming, despite it being, despite it only being, early spring still. It's blooming over there.
They have like a druid on call or something.
They've got something on call, that's for sure.
He will look over to the receptionist servant, and he will say, "There seems to be some rather uncouth individuals on the veranda, located precariously close to my lady Neria Lothariel."
We apologize for any inconvenience there, any distrust. That is unfortunately the bodyguard of a fellow patron here. If it is distracting, we can put up a curtain.
Yeah, grimaces and says, No, the lady wishes to observe the garden."
I understand. We'll see. Well, I will speak to my manager if there's anything we can do to help facilitate that issue.
Yeah, he looks over like in that direction and says, "Who among your guests is so important that you require a bodyguard here?"
We do not decline our guests' ability to bring guards with them, though we do request it's only one guard per member of nobility. Though, as you may have observed, most do not require such, as we already provide adequate security here.
He nods.
In that case, that is Lady Naraya. I do not, though I cannot give out further details on her. That would be unprofessional of me.
Amlas will say, "I see. That is certainly commendable, but you do understand, of course, that the security of my lady is paramount to me. Surely you can give me some further explanation why this Lady Naria is permitted to have an armed guard so close to her ladyship. And I will like roll a perception check or a persuasion or whatever other social skill you might find appropriate here.
You can try to persuade her.
Yes.
It'll be difficult. but
Sure, sure. I am fairly skilled at this. Probably my best skill, honestly. 19?
The receptionist shakes her head to you. I understand this may cause you concern, but do understand, much as you are here to protect your ladyship, he is also here to protect his.
He nods. I'm disappointed he couldn't convince her.
As you can understand, I doubt your ladyship would equally be happy if I was sharing her information with the others.
Nods. Certainly not. Now, if you could kindly point me towards the lavatory, I need to relieve myself.
Oh God.
There are changing rooms. There are changing rooms back there with the lavatory just off to the right. She points to this door.
Unless we'll stomp off.
As he goes, Vicus will turn to Ceres and say, "My lady, should we, well, perhaps, in your wisdom, might be best to get some fresh air, as you mentioned you need often." He kind of like darts his eyes outside to the veranda where they're at.
Ceres will smile to her servant. You know, he's been good to her over these years. I will say, a good suggestion, because let us enjoy some air and the blossoms.
Also Victor. That's my pseudonym.
Victor.
Yeah. He'll kind of casually point towards this table as a possible endpoint for them. But yeah, he'll slowly get up off his table. Of course, Lady Ceres, or Lady Naraya, rather. God, I'm so confused with these names. Lady Naraya comes out first, and he'll follow.
Yeah, sure. Like, I think Ceres will look to Zed and say, "You can stay here if you wish." Basically, now covering a lot of the room.
Yeah.
I shall take a stroll out to take a seat so that she can look over the gardens.
If there was any doubt that this place had been magically tampered with, it's definitely been removed now. As you step out here onto the veranda, and despite the fact you are outside at this point, the chill isn't a thing. Like, sure, there's a wall surrounding the place, but it's just not cold.
Interesting.
It's a little colder than it is inside, but not by much. It's remarkably like a very comfortable temperature still, despite the fact that there's snow just about a few feet away from you.
Yeah. As they walk out, where is Lady Mazara having a conversation, or is she just like stoic?
She's currently just sitting there, seemingly with a book, reading, and her eyes constantly glancing towards the front door.
The front door. Oh, so she's definitely waiting for someone to come in. Oh, I see.
Otherwise, though, there's just a rather beautiful garden here, and seeming like a little like outhouse, like gazebo bit.
Yep.
Which, from what you can briefly see through open blinds right now, it looks like there's like a lot. It looks like there's a large massage bed in there.
Yeah.
So someone can have a garden massage. Though of course they have the blinds to close when for privacy. Make it hard to see in.
Because basically his intention here is to how do I say, make himself look like he is a servant, but also curious as a servant, right? Because It's like he's in his role as a servant. He's in a place where he normally doesn't get to experience, so he's quite curious. So he might glance around and maybe a few times towards Lady Mazara, but not like a scrutinizing glare, but more like a a curious one. He's trying to act the part, right? But that's probably why he notices that she's like so intent on watching the door. So I think he'll sit here with his hands in his lap, and if Ceres or Lady Naraya questions him or directs a question towards him, he'll answer. Let's see what happens.
Also, Amos is glaring at the halfling servant right.
What's going on over there?
What seems to be behind the door that the servant is guarding?
He's not guarding. He's currently just mopping the floor. But by the sign, it leads to the baths.
All right.
And baths and the sauna.
Well,
We're currently kind of more in like the changing area right now, and there's though there isn't anyone currently.
yeah. Let's take a look inside. It's an arrogant man over there, and a manipulative servant.
Well, they have to manipulate the arrogant man, right? So
I suppose. Over here?
That is the door to the sauna, you think?
Arrogant man's got to be the head honcho, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. As Amanas walks in full his full armor.
A petite woman approaches.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing here?
Excuse me. Like,
Get your bitch ass armor out of here.
Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. I'm like so livid.
Good afternoon, sir.
He will open the door to the sauna.
She
Take a
places
look.
her hand on the door to stop you.
That's cute. He will open the door to the sauna.
That's cute.
You're going to just force the sauna door open.
I imagine with my like 16 strength and full plate
That's
mail.
not the question.
He will just, gently press down to just look inside the sauna. Gently but firmly.
I mean, you can always just blame me being neurotic.
Yeah, of course. Aha!
Wow, there's someone in there who could have guessed.
Who immediately looks rather pissed off seeing the door open.
No, he'll just take note of that character. Does he seem to be armed in any way, or is he like naked in the sauna?
Fuck.
I mean, outside of towel, he appears to be naked in there.
All right, very well. He'll close the door again.
However, you do hear loud shouting from inside now.
I don't hear anything.
Do you even tell her what you're doing?
No.
Oh, okay.
She's trying. She's making her best attempt to physically not able to touch you. Just trying like.
That's right.
Okay.
He will look at her and she will say, "My lady is rather particular about her who she takes a bath with, and asked me to check that no uncouth individuals were skulking about. Thank you for your cooperation."
Sir. You just slip out the room before she can do anything.
Yeah.
Because, I'm not sure how tall Amanus is.
He's pretty tall, all things considered. He's like, let's see here. He is 185 centimeters.
Jesus. What's that in feet?
6.
6 foot. 6 foot.
Yeah.
6.5. All right, damn, that's pretty tall.
By comparison, she is significantly short of being. Let's see. She is 5'1".
Oh man.
And,
Power.
Which for those of you who prefer centimeters, 5'1" would be 154.
oh wow.
Uh,
Yeah, and also Amna's a 16 strength and 14 con, and just in plate. So
You think she's probably like a petite like 8 strength woman?
yeah, no, he's like a tank, So
like
he'll
her job is just to serve the people in the bath and like keep them warm and that kind of stuff.
oh yeah. The door to his right.
It appears to be some kind of storeroom, from what you can tell, and it's also locked.
That's fine. He'll step out here and just take a gander at the gray old man over there. That seems to have red eyes.
Yes. You come up to reception. He's seemingly finishing up speaking to the receptionist servant. He is a very dignified older gentleman, like very, very fine suit on that's even like embroidered. Though he appears that though it's odd with like very opulent like southern fashion, but his tone of speaking and his overall appearance gives you more of a like northern aesthetic, like a more northern ethnicity. But nonetheless, you also get he's also a terrifyingly tall man as well, probably being 3 or 4 inches taller than Amanus.
All right. Tall bugger.
The man seems to be being served currently, though. Yeah, there's a man seemingly served at the moment and being directed actually this way. By the younger servant. The old man does not give any kind of like does not kind of acknowledge you at all. He just kind of goes on. He just kind of pushes on past. But yeah,
I'll just say Amnos will pass on all this information that he has scouted out and like basically tell him what he found in the different corners of the bath and stuff over there, and also that a dignified old gentleman that seems quite important have just arrived.
So when
one thing you also notice as he passes you, just as a final note, he appears to have an engraved longsword at his side.
Oh.
Yeah, so when Amanus relayed that to Vicus that there's someone that has just entered, any noticeable difference in Lady Mazar's body language, like that she's recognized the person, or
You kind of look your head back, and she's no longer looking at the door. She's now just looking down at her book purely.
okay, I see.
It's him. She's not looking anymore. She knows he's arrived.
Yeah, or considering the fact that there's Vicus can communicate without proximity or speech, could be possible he's doing the same, or she's just comfortable now that he knows that he's there. Who knows?
Possible, yeah.
You
How
see though that
about?
she actually seems to call over a servant as well.
Oh well, we'll wait for that. I was going to say, how about we go to the baths now? But
Yeah, of course I have to be with you to help you
Obviously.
out your stuff.
but
Make
we'll
sure the towel folds properly.
but we'll wait for this
Four
servant.
perfect creases at best.
She brought the extra long towel today.
Always with the long sword.
Yeah, she seems to speak to one of the servants and request that they that she would like to have a bath in about half an hour's time. Can they please make sure there's prepared towels and one of the baths specifically for her, and like name some really like fancy like bath salts.
Mm.
Shall
Well,
we all take a bath?
I don't.
The Elven religion calls that bath is the end of
Yes,
negotiations.
that's right.
No, I think Ceres can do that because I mean she doesn't need armor.
Yes, and I can be there just to
Yeah, you can just
Be
be
your servant.
overseeing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think if we give it like 5 minutes, like a good buffer time, and then request the servants to prepare a bath for Ceres in, say, 15 minutes. That way, it gives like 10 minutes
10 minutes of a setup time
of a
here.
buffer. Yeah, so it doesn't
Yeah.
look as if we're going there just to eavesdrop, you know.
Just because,
Yeah.
leave it
so-
there in advance.
Yeah. Oh, hey, arrogant man. You know You know what he looks like? A young adult romance villain.
He
It's
kind
incredibly
of
specific.
Tell me I'm wrong.
No,
he
you're
kind
not,
of
though.
looks like Raphael's like evil twin brother or something.
It's
Yeah.
exactly it. Yeah, that's it.
Because I totally took his picture from like a romance novel. Like that's the picture I took for him. His
But
first one.
I think Vegas will take his lady's request and basically waylay a servant like somewhere around here and tell them.
Waylay.
Yeah,
You
waylay,
can,
like
you can
basically.
on the server beside, or go speak to the maitre d' and issue your request.
Yeah, he'll speak to the maitre d'. He'll go.
He's always at her post, so there's always a minimum one person always there in view.
Yeah, he'll talk to her. Gives an opportunity to look at the front anyway, just to see if there's anyone else there.
Doesn't appear to be anyone else up front for the immediate moment. Though you can briefly peek over her shoulder and see that there's like a long list of like planned guests.
Ah,
They-
okay.
But you can see a few empty spots on the calendar, like such as, specifically for guests who just show up, such as yourselves.
Yeah.
But there's clearly like a planned schedule of like, okay, we're gonna have people here and here, here and here.
Yeah, reservations and stuff. Okay. Well, the bath is scheduled. I think Vickers will step by Zed and bow and basically whisper in his ear like what's going on so far.
Zed just
Yeah.
like nods and then says, well, if the lady desires the bath, then she desires the bath.
Mm.
So are you as a servant allowed there also?
I would imagine that I'm allowed. I mean, her lady requests it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I assume so.
I assume so, and thus it must be so.
Yes, it would be very rude for the worship lady.
I mean, they said their requests as outlandish as they are catered for, so I don't think that's too much of an outlandish request.
Even it means they need to pull out a giant curtain to separate you from other guests, they will do so.
Yeah.
I just stay here and enjoy a pie, I guess. We can then start negotiating more. Victor, get me a pie.
Yes. He will relay the request.
Do so. Can everyone make me a? I'm trying to the right. Just a wisdom check.
Just a wisdom check. Okay.
Oh, wonderful.
There's no. We don't have to run macro for that. So.
That's fine. I'll just check what my wisdom is even.
No, if it's not a save, you can always use that. If it's not a trained one.
That's one. Oh.
God.
Oh, we're incredible today.
Okay. I'll take note of those.
Oh no.
I would love to know what we do. Maybe argue for some advantages, but because I think Ceres is just focusing on her surroundings, but because she's letting Vickers focus on their mark.
Yeah.
And she's focusing on the environment.
And it's also a beautiful environment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your whims are catered to. And of course, can see there's a guardsman gently just kind of patrolling here in the courtyard, keeping himself well presented.
He's just standing here, basically waiting for Lady Zara to go into the baths.
Do your ambush.
Quite yet, but soon.
All right, let's skip to bad time unless something interesting happens.
Well, about that.
Ooh. Oh no. Hi.
Hi there, friend.
Lazy servant. What? Get this tramp out of my sight.
Your radiance, your bath is ready.
Ah.
Oh, okay. She'll stand up.
Gosh, big fuss to get you ready to go.
Yeah, you know, man. It's a big deal. I'm gonna say, bitch, I'm not going in there fully clothed. What the fuck do you think I am? Like, what the shit?
Walking in that damn foliage. What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
What the fuck, lady?
Oh, hello. Who's this?
Oh,
Hello.
there.
Well,
I didn't mean it
hello,
that way, but I guess now.
tanned traveler.
As this rather tanned and muscular gentleman exits, looking like he looks like he wants to stab someone right now.
Oh gosh. Well,
As he's on a war march, kind of moving past.
You can try it, bitch.
maybe
Cruising
Sarah's
for a bruising.
can throw some of her presence,
Oh,
natural
no.
charms.
I know exactly what will happen. As he's walking past, right, Ceres is going to accidentally on purpose be in the way of his war march and be bumped by him, and thus she shall make a scene.
My lady.
Scene?
A scene where
A scene.
she has been bumped by this tanned traveler, and she will, like, exaggeratedly be, like, bumped to one side and, like, exclaim, like, ah! And then look to Vicus and to Amanas through the doorway, and then we'll say in her haughtiest of Elven that that this swine just bumped me, and then we'll repeat herself in common. This will just say, "How dare you!"
Oh my. Vicus looks
Oh.
shocked.
Bruising for a
He turns
bruising.
around. I like that. He's like,
What?
bitch. He looks even more pissed in this like mirrored one.
Girl.
Expression immediately changes. You realize he bumped you, and having not seen Amnes around the corner yet,
Yes.
he pauses and greatly changes expression before giving a very slight bow to you and placing a hand over his chest. My lady, my apologies for getting in your way there. I do not know how I could have missed someone as radiant as you.
Well,
Oh damn, following it on.
maybe he should follow us into the bath.
God.
She'll frown.
Excuse my
She's
transgression.
sorry.
Please do excuse transgression.
She'll frown and say, and to whom am I excusing such a transgression?
Ooh. Nice line.
Ego Vermes. At your service.
Do you recognize that name?
No.
I think so.
I hail deep far to the south, beyond your radiant kingdom here. Traveling and learning the musics of the land.
Oh, A
Oh,
bard.
Interesting.
maybe we can invite him to play something in the slaw.
Regrettably must say, I have not yet got to experience the elegant grace that is of your peoples. Just clearly making note of your high elven features.
Damn.
Eladrin, high elven features. She's not impressed by this flattery.
Good flattery.
Hmm?
So he is providing a good flattery at least.
He is, but she's better than him. So she'll turn her head and will say, like, not looking at him, will say, "You must learn some elegance and eloquency before you can be held among the honor of my people." And then we'll step away.
Lucas will like look and give a very short, quick bow to this.
He gives an over-exaggerated, defeated look. Ah, you wound me, but your words are as fair as the roses they are the thorns.
Gosh. He's laying it on pretty thick, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
But he does take a step away and just leave you to go. He's not going to harass you.
Yeah, that's good. It was like slightly dampened his Karen mode.
Oh yeah. I mean, I only went full Karen because I wanted a name just in case.
yeah, no, smart.
Back to the matter at hand, getting ready for
A bat.
a bath. She like waits for the stupid servant to open the stupid door.
She was more. She didn't want to interrupt her ladyship's
that's-
conversation with.
That's fair.
She is lazy servant, so you know.
Yeah. You know.
It's true. As she definitely seems more low energy than some of the other ones, where they are, she doesn't have the same like entire like 100% flattery all the time. Though she's almost there, but she doesn't quite have the energy for it.
Wow.
Oh,
sounds
I
like-
see. I see.
You definitely notice a worse quality in her. Ugh. But but she'll come in, and as the lady, as far as the lady requests, if she requests aid with undressing, she will help give it in the same way she would any noble lady, ensuring your dress is put away somewhere safe and secure.
Mhm. I think Ceres was smart enough that because Eladrin have some form of control over their like the seasons they embody and how it affects their appearance. I think knowing that she was coming to a spa day, she was going to expect to undress in some form. So she, like I imagine like the closest she could get to something appropriate that she would wear around without being actually naked.
Of course, you have your lingerie or similar with you.
Pretty similar, yeah, like a bathing suit, but fancy.
You want Vicus to look at the door, or?
I think she has it prepared underneath her gown. That would be smart.
Smart.
Yeah.
There are of course there are kind of course areas here, and she can also kind of put a curtain across if you need it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
All right then.
We'll do that, and then we'll head for the bath.
All right.
She will take you in.
Yeah, Vicus will take off his like overcoat.
It's
It's gonna be warm in here.
gonna be toasty.
He's got to keep his hat on though, because that's the only thing.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Man.
I need like disguise self or something, or
I'd
minor
say
illusion.
one day I'll have another like spell slot to get disguise or like something for you, but I really don't. So
no, it's quite rare. Well,
And I've got a
That's-
pain in the ass fog of water, dude. 1 second.
Mhm.
yeah, no worries.
Look at this this line of sight shenanigans we've managed as well.
By the way, this map looks beautiful.
does.
Just saying. Well done.
That revealed the wrong way around.
Yeah, I just won't look until you're done. Sorry.
But yeah, like we've got the entrance covered, we've got the garden covered, we've got the main foyer covered.
Yeah.
Like everything has line of sight at the moment, other than the sauna and the gazebo thing.
And that's only because someone is occupied right now, so they've closed the curtain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. I
As
know
you
someone's in there.
room, you see the curtain's actually been drawn around the bath at the base end of the room.
Yeah.
Very helpful though, because it means you can get closer and listen in, and they can't see that you do.
Yeah, exactly.
True. I
You,
think
the
sorry.
as a servant brings you in and it explains that this bath here has been assigned for you.
Oh. Vickers would basically
Ask if you would like the curtain put around.
well, Vickers knows her lady well, and he
Mhm.
would ask the lazy servant if at all possible if this bath could be made available instead. Because his lady wishes to be close to the window.
You can gaze on the lovely flowers.
Gaze
That
on the lovely flowers outside. Yes.
Mm.
reminds her so of her long lost home on the Summer Isles, or something. Some high elven.
Of
You
the
could-
gardens of the high elven cities.
You can make
Yeah.
a persuasion if you would like, or an intimidation versus the lazy servant.
I
I
think,
want to intimidate her. I mean,
Depending on the
think-
method you're following. So.
yeah, surely you've got to have advantage from me, right?
I do have proficiency in intimidate. I think he like stresses that like the lady there will be severe consequences.
Yeah.
Trying to instill the fear into the servant that if this is not done, it's going to be uproar for her job, perhaps even. That's a,
Like reassigning the bath schedule, that's gonna be a pain.
yeah, I understand. All right, let's do some
Unfortunately, you got the
intimidation.
lazy servant to help you here. So.
Yeah. Let me roll my die for this. See if I can influence the air around me. Maybe muddle up the emotions a bit. No, a 10. It's a 10 too, I think.
Could burn an inspiration for a reroll, I guess.
Does it let you reroll? I thought it only gives you advantage. I don't
I could allow it if you wanted to use it for a
know. Sure. Why not? This seems pretty pivotal in their operation here to get as close as possible. So he'll pull on his rough background experience, perhaps slightly breaking his noble character a little bit and having more of a dark and stern look as he stresses like rather grimly about possible consequences. So
Jesus.
his lady is not kind to him when he fails. So
Oh no. Oh.
again, 22.
That's better.
lazy servant is clearly very unhappy here, but puts on her best customer service look.
Yeah.
And nods. Of course. At the Glamored Oasis, we always aim to please. With gritted teeth as she starts as she offers you that bath and starts speaking to the other bath attendant with like hushed but like
Yeah.
hushed like, what the hell are we gonna do now?
Yeah, like this bitch, like what are we gonna do? Yes, well, the reason for that is Vicus would like to basically attend to her from here with the bat.
That's
I assume there's like
exactly.
taps, right?
I was thinking.
There are taps there on the bath, which either you can use or you can have one of the attendants use for you.
Vix will be here under the pretense of using them, so he can eavesdrop behind him.
Also, you're free to have a curtain up if you would like, or not.
I think it's fine that we don't have them, right?
So-
Or do you want one, Saris? Or yeah, this is telepathically. So.
Sorry, what? What is this? Sorry, I was.
Do you want a
Like,
curtain
no
or
aisle of
not?
curtain up around her bath.
I I don't think so. No, because we're gonna have Lady Mizara come in here, isn't she?
You want to get a good view
Yeah.
of her.
Yeah.
Very well, then you can go and relax yourself in the bath. Even Vic's want to, he can even open up the doors to the gardens.
Yes, he will. Two open hands. Open them out. I guess the bat steam billowing out slightly.
It blows out slightly, but no, you don't feel any cold air rush in.
Does anything happen to the steam when it comes out? Like anything unusual?
Well, it kind of heads out a little bit, but it doesn't really head out very far. It just kind of goes a little bit and then stops.
Huh? Weird. It's like the kind of a controlled environment somehow. But yes, he'll open these doors so that we can get a direct view of Lady Mizara, and also that Amulet can actually see where they are roughly.
Zed, how are you doing?
Sitting
As you're
there,
just being there, being waited on hand and foot with drinks and cakes and.
Hey, you've got the good deal out of this. You just could
I
sit
guess-
there.
yeah, I guess there's one thing that Seth is actually curious, that he will pick his interest for a slowly moment. And he takes a look of this noble teen that has been listening most likely, in some sense, and directly speak up a question in Elvish. My fair lady, I hope my inquiries towards you are not too rude, but I hope you keep the earlier matter in secret. And he gives like a sweet, older, manly man smile.
He looks over to you, giving a curious expression for a moment as she briefly stands up, dismissing herself from her current partner. And she moves herself over and will elegantly sit beside you, bringing with her not much from her other table except for a drink and a book. A rather heavy book, for that matter.
What is the name of the book?
Try and get a peek, but you don't see a name written on the cover.
Might be a journal.
An unnamed tome of some kind.
Yeah, who knows? I apologize for wasting your time, but I was inquiring you to keep those things secret, and may I also inquire the local rumors of the area? I am not usually around here.
I can't imagine. She replies in Elven. Your people, she pauses, are rarely seen in our walls. Actually, no, I'm not quite got it. She's... Actually, that's not really... I should have used a different voice for her than that one. That's not quite her voice, but that's not a thing. Her Elven seems a little bit broken to you. Because she's not used to using it a lot. At least not verbally. It's not bad. But it's, clearly someone who hasn't had much experience actually using it.
It's like arm practice.
Yeah. You imagine she might have learned it more from a book than she has from people.
Yeah.
But, well, if you're so inclined, I'd be happy to catch you up on the rumors.
Oh, certainly. My trade partner has decided to fancy herself in a spa. Hi, Alice. What can you do? Not to slander my partner's name or anything, but you know.
Must be some story. High elf and a wood elf.
Yes, it is a complicated matter.
She gives a overly curious smile. We all stop here for the moment. I know it's late for a lot of you.
Yep.
Next time we will pick up with rumors, the bath, and a very angry noble who might want a duel.
With me?
Yes.
That would be
You did burst in on him when him in the spa.
that will be suitably hilarious, I'm sure. Especially when I smite him.
The bard.
Smite the bard. Okay, and I see Zed has an admirer.
This shall be an interesting next session.
Will you be my new daddy, Zed?
No.
That was certainly an option. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
But
The drama.
I hope you all enjoyed the session.
Yes, it was fun.
Yeah, certainly.
Much slower pace than some of the other sessions. A lot more talking and intrigue.
I mean,
No,
that's
that's
why we
fun.
are in the capital. A lot of intrigue.
But
Yeah.
hey, your characters have all had a chance to just enjoy some luxury.
Yes.
A taste of your future power, perhaps, Ceres.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh. As Vika said, one-time thing.
The thing is, you totally know that there's going to be future scenes of.
Yeah, he knows. He knows. But to be fair, she helped him pick out some clothes, and he doesn't look too bad. So,
Nice. All
Famous
about
as you.
looking good.
Yeah.
If the king doesn't need, then the high elf Ceres will need a servant.
Oh god. Vika's will be long dead by the time Ceres needs a servant. Honestly.
I mean, you're already serving, so you know.
I serve the king, but not like in a servant way, and more like
Yeah, I
partner way.
think Vickers is like 5 times great grandchildren. Can maybe see Ceres needing a servant at one point.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of high elf doesn't need a servant like in daily tasks?
Oh, she's gonna have a whole squad of like apprentices in the future that will help her do many things, but
That's
at the
ominous.
moment, it is literally
Take over the world.
it's on my list, man. It's on my ambitions. Is it?
Nice.
It's I think it's in my aspiring projects. Yeah, that's
Oh, alright.
it's in there. It's in there, I think.
I look forward to your future plans. I'm currently just trying to get like inroads to all little things.
Yeah.
So right now you're going to deal with the teen noble. Oh my god, it's an actual elf here.
You know.
He's so handsome and dreamy.
Oh god, he's also like about to die. But yeah.
That is like 500 years old.
Hey, I mean, some people are into that.
He's
That's
probably
fine.
got most of her
I'm not
life
sure what the
in.
multiplier between the age differences, but it's much.
It's
Positively geriatric over here.
yeah, it's
Jesus.
probably like 30 times. Like,
I mean,
I mean, if she's
That is-
like 20, then he's over 30 times our age, surely. If she's
Very
a
likely, yes.
teen, if she's a teen, then yeah,
So
definitely
it's
over
like
30
a
times.
15 maybe to 17.
That's something that range.
So
Jeez.
yeah, like, I mean, how old is Zed? Like in the 700s?
No. Zed is only in 550.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I guess it's-
553 is Zed.
Oh,
Yeah, you've been under a lot of stress.
32 times old.
yeah,
Jesus. All right.
53.
You know, very old elf.
Let's skim past that. I think
He was like born like equivalently he would have born in the 1400s, you know. It's like,
Yeah.
hello.
yeah.
Oh.
But then saying that Ceres was born in like pre-Victorian times, effectively.
I mean, yeah, but like he was born like during the War of the Roses.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Like, yeah, there's a vast
Amanus, meanwhile, was born when?
like the end of the Victorian era. Not quite. Like, what? World War One?
Start of the industrial era. Yeah, maybe.
Amanus
we
is
never
like what?
established, did we?
Amanus is, well, let me see, check. He is kinda old, I believe. No, he's not. He's just
Kinda old.
he is actually fairly middle age, I guess, for his race.
Yeah.
He's 45, but he looks older because of his hard living.
Yeah, Vickers is his like late 50s at this point. Because he served like the king previous to his son, which is Amanus.
Late 50s potentially looks older with all his battle wounds.
Yeah, I mean, look, the stress has not done well for him over the years. He definitely looks like he's aged almost double. So, yeah.
It's you know, when you're not an immortal like magical fey creature, just a lifetime of just partying and drinking and drugging and sexing has you know, makes you a little bit haggard looking.
Certainly.
For yourself.
certainly. Like Zed like has to have like the wrinkles and a little bit gray hair, which is like that's an old elf.
So it has one wrinkle.
Yeah,
This was a fun session, I think.
I'm glad you had fun with it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the rumor mill has now started in the background for Halldamir. I haven't checked his site, but I assume it's now full of notes.
I've been adding notes mostly to other like the neutral party stuff. So it's mostly those that have been doing it, yeah. But yeah, my notes haven't been particularly notified.
Yeah.
Because everything has just sort of gone into there as they've happened.
I think.
Michelle, a whole bunch of notes on your quarry.
Yes. It's nice to like dig into like the character niches during the session. It was kind of fun.
I mean, I literally, when I made Ceres, like, the concept for who she is, I sort of built her as, like, an information gathering, like, but not quite like how Vicus does it, but more of about the person, more than what they do.
More the social
social
maneuvering
structures,
aspect.
yeah.
Yeah. And Vicus is more like actual hard information gathering rather than like dealing with people.
Yeah, exactly. So like, although she has like, she's sort of like Arcana. That's like the only time she really focuses on what people do.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just like important things they have. Like Lady Mizara was like important thing for her was, she dabbles in the Arcana. She does these things in the high life, or tries to. She can do this type of magic and some speculations of what type of magic she does, and then oh good, she's a perfect blackmail target. And then oh crap, she has vials of poison. Like just things that I think Ceres
obviously skill with a rapier. So.
Yeah. But even that, Ceres doesn't care about the skill of rapier. So that's why it's not written down, because she can be as good as a rapier, like as good with a rapier as she wants. Ceres just doesn't need her to get close. Like, she doesn't care. So,
Yeah. I'm sure Vickers, who's going to end up getting stabbed with a poisoned rapier, will care.
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
you know.
expecting this. Like her rapier's dose to the max. So
Oh yeah, imagine so.
also it was gleaming, so potentially also somewhat magical, but that could be just the poison on it. Who knows?
Or it's just very shiny. One of the above.
Or yeah, very very ornately shiny. Yeah,
Maybe I can send my spider to take the poison.
that's true.
Go, my
We're gonna-
spider!
We're gonna have to talk about how we're gonna like maneuver this to go down.
It will be interesting. And for Ceres and, well, I suppose also an interesting point for, I think, Ceres and Zed, of course, the fact that whoever owns this place, that Marco Alatori, well, it's a semi-magical building apparently.
Oh yeah, this dude is gonna be interrogated.
He has the money for sure if he has this kind of facility.
I mean, not only does he have connections to have high elf wine, but he also has the control of magic to be able to keep this climate regulated, and seems to have some form of connections in some way, shape, or form, including, not limited to, getting mana crystals to fuel this, because, like, I presume most, if not all, enchantments need you to keep them brewing.
Yeah.
So, dude has some serious things that Ceres wants to know, which are going to go into into my own notes for
It'll be
him.
great for next time.
Hmm.
Bill from this place.
It's going to be interesting.
Have fun party coffers when you get the bill.
I'm sure he'll be all right.
We won't foot this bill. We're gonna run away from it.
I mean, they might actually figure out who need this, because Kirk of my character that he doesn't really lie, as you have seen. Like it's his tribe, his name, everything.
I have a solution for you in a situation where you are, where you can't really lie. Just don't say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fly by mission.
Yeah. He's other
Just-
Kirk, not the
just-
same much.
Just stare at this teen. Don't say a word. Just stare at her. Just go away.
That is creepy. Don't do that either.
The conversations. So.
Yeah, I want information, but like, I just wanna get to know all kinds of things, because like.
I hope you enjoyed this session. You got to learn quite a bit about Mayor Rochelle and the situation of the city, and how tenuous a situation can be here.
Yeah.
You've got to learn about the strange spy lady, and about several other characters, such as Rodrigo.
Yeah. Nice. A lot of information.
How much of it is useful?
Well, I'm gonna head off to bed. Thanks for the session, guys.
Good
Yeah,
night.
thanks, guys.
Yeah. Enjoy the weekend. Take care, folks.
Good night.
Bye.